Although Li Yunxiao doesn't have the power of creation, he's invincible in the Void Realm, Baiming Nan said. Ordinary creation realm experts can't do anything to him. You're invincible? Mang gritted his teeth and said, Invincible in Void Tier? Tisk. Baiming Nan looked at him indifferently and said, Although it's extremely difficult for us to win, it's almost impossible for you to win as well. Let alone Feini and Li Yunxiao, it won't be easy for you to win even if it's the three of us. Arrogant. Mang rebuked. You really think too highly of yourself. I'll send you to the west first, then kill those two. After being reminded by Beifeng Nan, he finally realized that the more he couldn't defeat his two brothers, the faster he had to end the battle. Over 100 specks of light lit up on Rei's body, flowing out of his body like fireflies and dancing in the air. Firefly flies. Under the illumination of the fluorescent light, Mang's face became cold and solemn. He extended his index finger and pointed it over. Those fireflies immediately followed and flew towards the three of them. This move is very similar to Feini's fire butterfly. Chu Hongyan's face was solemn. She held the purple firmament sword in front of her, creating a sword sound and forming a barrier. It's all by controlling the power of the elements, said Beimang. Can transform into thousands of forms. This move is extremely dangerous. He raised his hand, and his entire arm turned green with a faint layer of light. Humph, so what if he's at the manifestation stage? The three of us will join forces to kill him, then we'll go kill the other two. Xiao Hong's expression turned cold as the heart flame burst forth from its body, transforming into a huge colorless fire lotus that bloomed beneath its feet. Kill! Fire lotus! Xiao Hong shouted, and the fire lotus immediately turned into a sky full of fireflies, somewhat similar to Mang's light sound heaven. What? Mang was shocked. Although Xiao Hong's power was far inferior to his, the quality of the Ice Fiend Heartflame was far superior to his light sound heaven. Chu Hongyan's sword momentum also rose, and the Earth Fiend condensed, a cold light shining on her green robe. Beifeng Nan also threw out a punch, shattering the void in an instant. A terrifying tearing force pressed forward, making a loud swish sound. Boom! Several forces mixed together and tore at each other, devouring the four people who were hundreds of feet away. A large amount of light turned into many fireflies and shot out in all directions. The dozens of true spirits brought by the three dragon children retreated again and again. They had already retreated to a distance of 30,000 meters, but they still couldn't help but tremble when they felt the power coming from the battlefield, except for a few void extreme existences. Under the collision with Mang's light sound heaven, Beifeng Nan and the other two were all hit by the impact, and each of them was pushed back several thousand feet, the salty taste of blood surging up from their throats. Xiao Hong's eyes were filled with shock as she muttered to herself, Is this the power of a creation realm expert? Baiming Nan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Everyone be careful, we can handle it. Chu Hongyan also nodded seriously. She made a hand seal with one hand and held a sword with the other, staring at Mang vigilantly. Mang's expression was extremely gloomy, and at the same time he was extremely shocked. Three warriors of the ultimate void realm were able to withstand one of his attacks, and they were only slightly injured. No matter how many mayflies there are, they can't shake a tree. No matter how many mantises there are, they can't stop the wheels of a carriage. Light sound heaven. Mang roared in anger, and the light on his body instantly burst out. It resonated with the power of the dragon realm and instantly transformed into a domain that flew over. Light sound heaven. Baiming Nan's expression changed, and he shouted, Not good! Don't resist. His body swayed, and he turned around to leave. The other two women felt the power of this move and were also shocked. They immediately retreated with Bei Xiaonan, but the three of them were in different directions. Boom, boom, boom. A large area of the void was shaken, and the day turned into a pale green, giving off an unreal feeling. Yunxiao, who was fighting Qi, was a little anxious, and his hands were thrown into a mess. Qi seized the opportunity and gave him a furious palm strike, which shook Yunxiao's qi and blood and sent him flying thousands of feet away. However, Qi didn't take the opportunity to attack. Instead, he said in a cold voice, "You still have the time to be distracted while fighting with this lord?" Yunxiao's qi and blood were in chaos, and he could not help but cough hard. Blood trickled out of the corner of his mouth, and he said with a smile, "Again!" Originally, he had only wanted to delay his opponent, but after fighting for more than 1,000 moves, he discovered that those in the Blessed Realm were not as strong as he had thought. The more he fought, the more courageous he became. The hot blood in his body was also constantly boiling under the scorching dragon flames. Yunxiao raised his right index finger and stared at it. A dense sword qi rose from his dantian. Under the control of his spirit energy, it slowly flowed through his zhongfu, yunmen, and other acupoints through the Taiyin lung meridian, and finally overflowed from his fingertips. Swish! A white sword qi slashed out, and the hot air was instantly torn apart. Blaze's pupils shrank. He coldly struck out with his 5 fingers like a claw. In his opinion, Yunxiao's attack was a challenge to his dignity as a powerful man. He was so angry that his face turned blue. Bang! The sword qi was annihilated by his dragon claw with a bang. However, Qi's brows were slightly furrowed as he retracted his hand. He looked at his palm in surprise. When the sword qi exploded, it had actually left hundreds of fine sword patterns on his palm. What's going on? My dragon body can't be injured by 10,000 swords. How can such a tiny sword qi leave a mark? Blaze was shocked. Although those sword patterns were small and insignificant, they were real. In just an instant, those hundreds of scars automatically healed. The flaming general clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes shone with a fierce light as he looked straight at Yunxiao and said in a cold voice, "It seems like you still have a trump card." This was the first time Yunxiao had used the sword energy of Master Sundering. After all, the sword was too terrifying to be controlled. He had only extracted a little of the sword light from it and turned it into his own sword energy. Even so, when the sword qi flowed through the lung meridian of Han Taiyin, he still felt a splitting pain. "I can't call it a trump card," Yunxiao said with a smile. "I just want to try a few new moves. Try a new trick. Your words really make me want to step on your face and rub it against you ruthlessly." Qi's face turned from blue to purple, as if Yunxiao's words were a great humiliation to him. Fire fist, bursting flames. The light and shadow flickered, and then Qi's figure suddenly appeared in front of Yunxiao and threw a punch. The fist wind was like a meteorite, and everything within a radius of several thousand feet fell into the sea of fire. The world turned into a furnace. The idea is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. Yunxiao grinned hideously as he clenched his right hand in front of him. A wave of sword energy condensed in his palm, then turned into a faint light and slashed out. Thousandfold peak. With a flash of white light, the true dragon sword will shot out and struck the furnace. With a boom, the furnace was split in half. What? Qi turned pale with fright as he stared at Yunxiao's right hand in horror. As the sword light slashed down, it disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. A sense of uneasiness welled up in his heart, as if he had seen through Yunxiao's heart, and there seemed to be something that terrified him. Could it be the Divine Realm tablet? Blaze's heart jerked as he immediately recalled the identity of this person in front of him. It must be the power of a heavenly saint tool. After the sword strike, Yunxiao did not feel good either. All day long, he felt as if all the meridians in his arm had been destroyed, and the pain was heart-wrenching. In a hurry, he retreated a few thousand feet, and his right arm drooped down. Too impulsive. He knew that the sword qi couldn't be used, but he still forced himself to use it. Yunxiao blamed himself, and a look of worry flashed in the depths of his eyes. His entire right arm was almost numb, and he was afraid that it would not recover in a short time. His state of mind calmed down in an instant. Only then did he remember his mission. He only needed to delay qi, he didn't need to determine the winner. If he tried to win by force and ended up with both of them being injured, he would be in real danger. This was because the 3 people in front of him weren't terrifying. Although they were powerful, they had the dignity of the strong and their bottom line. This could be seen from how Qi didn't take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack when he was distracted. The truly terrifying one was Yuri, who was hiding in the dark. He was an existence who had no bottom line when doing things. At the thought of this, Xianxia became unusually calm, and he completely gave up the idea of using whoever was in charge of his own ups and downs. Qi's face was equally gloomy, especially when he saw that Jing and Mang were also in a stalemate with their opponents. Although Mang had a slight upper hand, those three humans were not easy to deal with. They could not be taken down in a short time. What? Xianxia chuckled. Are you worried now? He observed Qi's expression and immediately saw Qi's worry. He said, "He's probably worried that Luanyu will hide at the side and spy on us. If we fight until both of us are injured, I'm afraid that no one will be able to escape from his vicious hands." Humph. Don't think too highly of yourself. After killing you, dealing with Luanyu won't be a problem, Blaze coldly said. In that case, why don't you make a move? Xianxia said with a playful smile. Continue fighting. Blaze's head was on fire. But after all, he was a true spirit that had existed for over 1,000,000 years and wasn't a muddled person. He gritted his teeth and said, "What exactly is going on between my third brother and you, and also Jiyu? Tell me the details." Xianxia was overjoyed, knowing that his opponent was no longer in the mood to fight. If you want to know the whole situation, tell your two brothers to stop first. Qi's expression turned gloomy for a while before he raised his head and spat out a series of obscure dragon language, which seemed to be some kind of signal. As expected, Jing and Mang separated from the battle a moment later and turned into two rays of light that landed beside Blaze. "Fourth brother, what's going on?" "What's wrong?" Mang asked in a deep voice as he glanced at Xianxia with a sharp gaze, looking extremely unwilling. Blaze spoke in the dragon language. "These people have extraordinary strength. I'm afraid we won't be able to fight them in a short period of time. If we kill them and both sides are injured, I'm afraid that Luanyu will be lurking in the surroundings and reap the benefits without doing anything." The two of them subconsciously used their spiritual sense to scan their surroundings, but they didn't find anything unusual. However, Yuri's magical powers were great. After all, he was once the leader of 10,000 spirits. They were also affected by other powers and felt a little apprehensive. "Fourth brother, you're right," Jing replied in dragon language. "That heavenly phoenix is indeed powerful, and its strength is on par with mine. If the battle dragged on, my chances of winning were higher. After all, this was the dragon field. But I'm afraid it'll take several days, and I'll have to suffer 800 injuries." "This Li Yunxiao is the owner of a heavenly saint artifact," Blaze said. "Although he doesn't have the strength of a creation realm expert, he can fight me with the divine power of the divine realm tablet. It'll be difficult for him to win." A hint of annoyance flashed across Mang Chunlan's eyes. "It's all my fault for being useless. I can't even take down 3 ordinary Void Realm warriors. Otherwise, I would have been able to help my 2 brothers and win this battle." Blaze sighed. "You don't have to blame yourself. Those 3 Void Realm warriors are not easy to deal with. If I'm not wrong, the flame on one of them should be the Devil Realm's Ice Fiend Heart Flame. As for the man, he had a Void Light Realm body and a 7 illusion green damask of the 5 major poisons of extinction. The sword-wielding woman's sword intent was also godlike. None of them are weak." Mang said, "So fourth brother means that Ran is not fighting anymore? Then what about third brother's revenge?" Third brother's Cho Xianxia. Blaze retracted his hand and stared at his palm. He slowly clenched his fist and the hot air burst out beside him. His eyes were sharp as he said, "We must definitely take revenge for third brother, but we can't fall for Luanyu's schemes. Luanyu, big brother, and sixth brother, the combined strength of the 3 of them is not weaker than us, but they didn't go up and instead lured us over. I'm afraid he wants us to fight until both sides suffer, and then he can benefit from it." Jing and Mang were both shocked. After thinking about it carefully, they immediately felt that this possibility was very high. "We lost Luanyu and the others after we chased after Li Yunxiao," Jingning said. "We found no trace of them. If they truly wanted to take revenge for third brother, they would have joined forces with us and killed these humans. It seems that they don't really want to take revenge for third brother. Humph, revenge? Qi sneered and said coldly, "Didn't you hear what Li Yunxiao said? The one who really harmed third brother is Luan Yu. Although I don't know the details, I really believe his words." "Then what do we do now?" Qi said. "First ask third brother about the ins and outs of the matter, then make a decision. We have to take revenge for third brother, but we can't fall into Zhiyu's trap." "Yes, I'll listen to fourth brother." Jing and Mang immediately responded. The three of them conversed in dragon language, so outsiders could not understand what they were saying. Even though Yunxiao knew a few simple pronunciations in the dragon language, he could not understand what they were saying at all. But, judging from their faces, he could guess what they were talking about. After the three brothers finished their conversation, Qi turned his head and locked his eyes on Yunxiao as he asked, "What happened to my third brother?" "Li Yunxiao, tell me all the details without any omission or lie." Under the gaze of the three pairs of dragon eyes, they firmly believed that Yunxiao would never lie. Yunxiao did not bother to hide anything, so he told her everything that had happened in the forest of the sea for more than 2 hours without hiding anything. When the three of them heard this, their anger soared to the sky, and their eyes were about to crack. As the merman's anger erupted, the entire land of 10,000 spirits seemed to be shaking, and a group of true spirits flew up in the distance. Qi's eyes were red and there was a burning fire in his eyes. He roared, "Luan Yu, you damn thing! No matter where you hide, us three brothers will definitely kill you." Qi's angry roar made Jing's heart ache. His face was so dark that it was almost dripping with water. He glared at Feini and gritted his teeth. "Heavenly Phoenix, you should also die." "Damn it!" Mang's pretty face was ferocious as she said angrily, "It's not just the two of them. Li Yunxiao should die too. At this moment, you're actually still thinking of taking third brother's body." Looking at the three angry men with cold eyes, Yunxiao chuckled and said, "Please calm your anger. I no longer exist." What was in his body at the moment was only a wisp of consciousness. It was almost impossible to return to its original state. Who wouldn't want to spy on a Dharmakaya-level body? And then there's Hihi. His eyes turned cold and he said coldly, "If I don't kill the prisoner, he will kill me. Could it be that I should just wait for death? No matter who wants my life, I'll kill them until their bones are crushed. The only reason why I left behind Chio's avatar was because it was valuable." Qi's heart was burning with anger, but his eyes turned cold. "Well said. Peeking at third brother's avatar is not wrong in itself. However, you can't escape the death penalty." Yunxiao ignored their threats and sneered, "The three of you can't kill us, and you can't kill Luan Yu either. To be honest, I don't have any deep hatred with Luan Yu. Joining forces with Luan Yu to kill the three of you might be a good choice." "You dare!" The three of them were shocked when they heard this, and their bodies stopped moving. Shock and anger appeared on their faces, and their fists were slightly trembling. But the three of them were not fools. After they calmed down a little, they immediately understood what Yunxiao meant. Qi was the first to withdraw his aura, but his eyes did not relax. He said coldly, "You want us to let you go?" Yunxiao laughed and said, "El don't think it's called letting go, right?" If he had to address her that way, he would just treat it as letting her go. Letting us go is the same as letting yourself go. Because in the end, if we were to fight to the death, it's hard to say who would let the other go. From the previous story, it seems that you and Luan Yu also have a deep grudge. It's impossible for you to join hands. Qi vigilantly guessed. "What a joke! I have a grudge with Luan Yu," Yunxiao sneered. "It's just a grudge from a few fights. It's not necessary, and your goal is to take our lives. In comparison, can't you tell which is more important?" With Luan Yu's schemes and deep planning, how could he not understand such a simple matter like who he should ally with to kill who? The three of them understood this in their hearts, but as the sons of the true dragon, they were famous existences in the ancient times. With just a few words, they were suppressed by a human, as if they were unwilling to accept this. Qi's vertical pupils contracted slightly, and he said in a cold voice, Then you mean you want us to join forces with you to kill Wanyu? Yunxiao spread his hands and sneered. That will depend on your choice. Where is my third brother's corporeal body now? Asked she. I don't know. Yunxiao shook his head slightly. According to our calculations, it should be in this land of 10,000 spirits. It's just that we haven't found it yet. The three brothers' faces changed slightly, all revealing shocked expressions. Third brother, Mang exclaimed in shock. Third brother is in the land of 10,000 spirits? That's impossible. Why can't we sense anything? Qi and Jing suddenly exclaimed at the same time. Could it be Wufu? Mang's body trembled. Realm pit, he exclaimed in shock. As soon as these two words came out, the three people's faces were ashen, becoming abnormally unsightly. What's a realm pit? Yunxiao asked in a hurry. What's a realm pit? Seeing that the three of them were silent, he couldn't help but feel a little angry. He raised his voice and said, There's also a friend of mine beside me. May I ask what a realm pit is? Where is it? Qi looked at him coldly and sneered. If your friend has really entered the realm pit, then you can go back and set up a memorial tablet for him. Even a creation realm expert would not dare to enter that place, Jing said. Yunxiao's heart sank as he said, What is that place? Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice rang out. It was as if the person was conversing with them, and it calmly rang in their ears. A realm pit? TSK. I haven't heard this word for a long time. I didn't expect that there would be a realm pit in the land of 10,000 spirits. So the death of Wan Ling was also related to this, right? As the voice fell, a faint shadow appeared several feet away and turned into a figure. Yunxiao and all the others were so shocked that they took a few steps back. With the strength of their divine senses, although they had been a little careless, it was not to the extent that an expert had only noticed them after getting so close. Who are you? Blaze roared, his fists blazing with flames and his killing intent soaring. Jing and Mang were also on guard. They circulated their dragon qi, ready to attack at any time. Yunxiao's eyelids twitched as he cried out in surprise, Demon race! The man in front of him was Zhuokuan, whom he had met once in the Tiandang Mountains. However, Yunxiao and the others were busy killing demons at that time, so he did not have a deep impression of him. But in a daze, he seemed to remember. You can call me a demon, a monster, or a human. Zhuokuan smiled faintly. That's not important. Beifeng Nan's pupils contracted slightly, revealing a suspicious expression. He seemed to have a familiar feeling towards Zhuokuan, but he couldn't put his finger on it. How can the devil clansman walk here as if nothing has happened? Blaze said coldly. It was only then that Yunxiao discovered that Zhuokuan looked a little too relaxed, as if he was not suppressed by the realm at all. There's no need to discuss who I am, Zhuokuan laughed. This has nothing to do with you. I'm just very curious about what happened in the true dragon realm back then. The fall of 10,000 spirits should be related to that world sinkhole, right? Qi and the others furrowed their brows and coldly looked at Zhuokuan. They didn't reply. Who do you think you are? Mang sneered. You asked us and we have to answer? Oh? Looks like you guys aren't honest, hee. Zhuokuan laughed. He had a harmless expression on his face. Moreover, he was quite handsome. Yunxiao had a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart, and he was certain that it came from Zhuokuan, but he could not tell why. Zhuokuan's gaze also shifted over, sizing him and Xiaohong up. He even gave them a friendly nod and smile. Suddenly, Xiaohong cried out in shock, Devil essence! He had Emperor demonic essence. I understand now, he was the one who killed Dijia. As soon as he said that, Yunxiao and the others were all shocked, except for the three dragon brothers. A powerful aura burst out from their bodies. Yunxiao put two fingers together, and purple lightning wrapped around them to protect his front. Xiaohong also formed an incantation gesture with her hands, each of her hands forming a lotus. She stared at Zhuokuan with extreme caution, her eyes flashing with fear. Before Dijia's death, she had never thought that she might die. After all, as long as the devil essence was not destroyed, in theory it could last forever. However, Dijia's death had given her a great blow. His wariness of Zhuo Kuan surpassed everyone else's. Beifeng, Nan, and Chu Hongyan also launched their own attacks, confronting each other in the air. The atmosphere became extremely tense. Zhuo Kuan narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Little girl, don't be afraid. I don't have any ill intentions." "So you have good intentions?" Xiao Hong bit her lips and asked coldly. "Haha. Interesting. Well, I guess it's a good intention," replied Zhuo Kuan with a smile. During the Demon Sealing War, the demon monarch was shattered into pieces. It's time for him to recover. Recover? The recovery you're talking about, Yun Xiao sneered. Do you mean the recovery in your body? Zhuo Kuan didn't deny it in the slightest and said with a smile, "You're indeed worthy of being the master of the Divine Realm Tablet. That's right. Only then will we be able to recreate the power of the Demon Lord Emperor." Devil Lord. Qi and the other two were also shocked. Qi said, "Could it be that another demon master has been born in recent years?" Zhuo Kuan glanced at him and said with a smile, "Lord Dragonsun is living a very comfortable life in the Dragon Field. 100,000 years ago, the demon master descended upon the realm of heavenly martial arts and almost destroyed it. In the end, they were killed by the joint forces of many experts of the realm of heavenly martial arts and suppressed separately." "So that's how it is," Blaze said. "Could it be that Lord Dragonsun has also met the demon master before?" Zhuo Kuan asked in surprise. Qi pondered for a moment before saying, "The so-called Devil Master isn't just a single person, but a Saint Devil that controls a 6 paths demonic weapon. In the long history of the demon realm, there is of course not only that emperor you all speak of. Just like the realm king of this realm, it had appeared for many generations. 1,000,000 years ago, there were demon masters as well." Everyone was shocked. Even Zhuo Kuan was interested. Could it be that the fall of 10,000 spirits and the world pit in the Dragon Field were the work of the Demon Lord? Zhuo Kuan asked. "Humph," he snorted. Blaze sneered and said, "Although the Devil Master is powerful, we don't have to be afraid of them in this era where true spirits dominate the world. He can't kill 10,000 spirits and create a realm pit." Zhuo Kuan's expression changed greatly as he said in shock, "Could it be that a swan and eye has appeared in this world?" Blaze's eyes darkened as if there were flames jumping in his eyes. He stared at him coldly. Jing Himong's expression was also a little ugly, as if he had recalled some unbearable past, and his lips turned pale. Zhuo Kuan suddenly laughed and said, "Ha ha ha! Very good. Very good. In that case, the fall of 10,000 spirits, including Luan Yu's sorry state for the past 1,000,000 Veirs, are also related to this Dersun." Qi and the others didn't say anything, as if they were silently agreeing. "Where's that person now?" Zhuo Kuan asked. "I don't know the details. I'm afraid only Luan Yu knows," said Blaze. "Not bad, not bad." Zhuo Kuan chuckled and said, "It seems that the harvest from this trip to the realm of heavenly martial arts is far greater than I expected. Let me first collect my Emperor Demonic Essence. Then I'll go find Luan Yu to catch up." Yun Xiao and the others' faces changed instantly, and their auras burst out, ready to attack at any moment. However, Zhuo Kuan was still calm and composed, as if he was unaffected by this. He had a transcendent self-confidence. "You know Luan Yu?" Qi Jing asked. "I've met him a few times," Zhuo Kuan said with a smile. "But speaking of which, he is indeed a senior figure in the realm of heavenly martial arts, and the secrets he knows are unparalleled." After that, he raised his hand, turned his index finger, and pointed it at Yun Xiao. "Let's start with you, Divine Realm Tablet Master. Start fucking your sister, right?" Yun Xiao cursed angrily and suddenly attacked first, shouting, "Kill!" Although he didn't know Zhuo Kuan's true strength, from the way he spoke, as well as his understanding of the heavenly martial realm's secrets, he could tell that Zhuo Kuan wasn't a simple person. Furthermore, the other party was completely unaffected by the realm power's suppression and had a look of confidence. One could tell that this matter would definitely not be let go. Beifeng, Nan, and the others had the same thoughts, and they were ready to go. So, at the same time Yun Xiao burst out, he attacked. Bang! Xiao transformed into a bolt of lightning and teleported in front of Zhuokuan. A purple thunderbolt condensed in his palm and struck Zhuokuan's arm, sending out thousands of purple beams, as thin as hair that scattered in all directions. What? Xiao was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. Although there were many people who could block the purple lightning, the opponent did not rely on his strength advantage, but was not afraid of the purple lightning at all. When it hit his arm, he was not injured at all. Even the 3 dragon children were shocked by this scene, and they revealed looks of disbelief. What? Zhuokuan laughed. Do you find it unbelievable? The world was vast, the universe was vast, and nothing was inconceivable. It's just that your knowledge and experience have not reached that level. He turned his arm and grabbed at Xiao's wrist with a backhand, his fingers like hooks. Half of Xiao's body had turned into thunder, and his opponent's 5 fingers were clearly visible in the purple lightning. Xiao's heart trembled slightly. What shocked him the most was that he could not break free from Zhuokuan's grasp. The attacks of the other 4 also followed, all of them earth-shattering. However, Zhuokuan's lips curled into a sneer as he ignored this. He appeared to be extremely confident in his own strength. Boom! Beifeng Nan's attack was the first to arrive, his palm striking down. Zhuokuan casually stretched out his hand and spread his fingers. A world light appeared around his body. The punch that was mixed with the green poison and the illusory light hit the barrier and made a large number of poochie sounds, but it could not shake the barrier at all. After that, the moves of Fei and I, Chu Hongyan, and Xiao Hong also fell one after another, shaking the light of the boundary barrier, turning it into a dark gold color and making a dull explosion sound. It was unstable, but it could not be broken. What? The scene not only shocked Xiao and the others, but even the 3 dragon sons were shocked and confused. Beiming Nan's face suddenly contorted, and his eyes widened as he stared at Zhuokuan. Your Lord Zhuokuan. His voice was filled with extreme shock, causing the pitch of his voice to change. It became sharp and pierced through the sky. Xiao and the others all frowned. The name Zhuokuan was too unfamiliar to them. But since Beiming Nan knew him, he was most likely a figure who had lived for 100,000 years. I've finally been recognized. I also have some impression of you, Zhuokuan said with a faint smile. You're a subordinate of the king of the northern region, Chu Mudi, right? When Xiao heard that, he was even more certain that the man in front of him must be a powerful man from 100,000 years ago. However, the 4 domain monarchs had all appeared, and he had never heard of a man called Zhuokuan. Beiming Nan could not hide the shock in his heart, and his face twitched. Xiao had never seen him lose his composure like this. Lord Zhuokuan, it's really Ingluo. Beifeng Nan still couldn't believe it, but his respectful expression and tone showed that he had already confirmed it. Since you've already recognized me, do you still want to be my enemy? Zhuokuan nodded. Beifeng Nan's face was full of bitterness as he shook his head slightly. Why? Why did you join the devil? Zhuokuan laughed as if he had heard a funny joke. Why won't I join the devil? They could obtain greater power and a longer lifespan. What's wrong with the demon race? Why do you have to be a human? But Ingluo, the demon race and US are irreconcilable, Beimang Nan said, looking fierce but weak inside. Since the ancient times, the 2 worlds have been at war with countless casualties. By doing this, are you not letting down the countless heroic spirits who have been sacrificed in the demonic war? What a joke! What do those heroic spirits have to do with me? Zhuokuan sneered. Everyone in the world comes for profit, and everyone in the world goes for profit. Who didn't live for their own selfish desires? Who didn't pursue and even kill and sacrifice others? The demons were like this, and so were the humans. There was no right or wrong in this world, only strength. The strong were right and the weak were wrong. What a joke, you've lived for 100,000 years. Don't you understand this simple logic? I understand. Beiming Nan gritted his teeth and said angrily. But understanding it didn't mean that he had to agree or yield. Even if you're like countless of our ancestors, insignificant like dust after death, you must fight for your beliefs. That's right. You have your beliefs and I have mine. You and I are both fighting for our beliefs, what right and wrong. What's the point of talking? He clenched his fingers, and the dark golden barrier was pulled apart. A vast and mighty force descended, and everyone felt an immense pressure. It was as if he was no longer looking at a person, but the universe. Boom! The dark gold light broke apart and scattered in all directions. Xianxia and the other 5 were sent flying, and they kept retreating in the air to relieve the pressure on their bodies. He only stopped after he was several thousand feet away. Among them, Chu Hongyan's strength was the lowest. With one blow, she was injured and blood flowed down the corner of her mouth. What? Xianxia was shocked. How can there be such a powerful force? Sir, who is this person? The 3 sons of the dragon were also shocked, retreating far away and looking on vigilantly. He was afraid that he would be affected. Moreover, the 3 of them were very experienced and knowledgeable. A word had already flashed through their minds, but they could not believe it and could not accept it. He's the Lord of the Earth Realm, one of the 4 world kings in the first demon-sealing war, Lord Zhuokuan. Beifeng Nan's face was full of bitterness. As soon as this identity was revealed, everyone was so shocked that they gasped. A chill ran down his spine, and even his Tao heart was shaken. The son of the dragon and the other 2 also turned pale. They had already guessed that this person was a Jie king, but they were unwilling to admit it. Now that Beiming Nan had exposed his identity, they had no more doubts. Let's go. Qi immediately made a decision and shouted. A Jie king was already at the peak of a Jie. There was no chance of winning. Unless they were all existences at the great circle of creation, they could still fight with the number of people. It was a pity that these people were only at the initial level of the creation realm and were far from the consummate level. The 3 dragon children instantly turned into dragon light and were about to break through the sky. Io, you're pretty sharp. You guys haven't answered my question yet, said Zhuokuan with a smile. Stay here for now. After I'm done with them, you guys can bring me to the realm pit. Besides, I just came back from the demonic realm. There are some violent, cruel, and brainless creatures there, and I don't like them. I'll take you 3 as my servants. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light shot out from Zhuokuan's hand. It transformed into a barrier of light that descended from the sky and enveloped the 3 dragon lights. Countless golden runes appeared on the light shield, and an ancient tree could be vaguely seen standing between heaven and earth. The tree was surrounded by golden will shadows, and the gears were devouring each other as if they were the wheels of fate. Golden wheel of the magic tree. Xianxia recognized the saint artifact at once. After all, he had tried to refine it, but it was difficult to succeed. When Zhuokuan used it, it was a completely different concept from when it was in his hands. Previously, it was like a flickering candle flame, but now it was like the sun and moon. You also killed Sir Bei Jinghong? Beiming Nan's face turned ugly. Well, it doesn't really matter if we kill him or not. Zhuokuan nodded. He's just a pawn after all and won't affect the big picture. However, this tree's golden wheel is very good. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being greedy. Although Sir Bei Jinghong is a little selfish and extreme, he was still a comrade in arms who fought against the demons back then. It's enough that you snatched his profound armament. Why take his life? Zhuokuan looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. He sneered. How can you be so childish? If it was Bei Jinghong, he would still kill me. I'm really suspicious of how you've managed to survive until now with that IQ of yours. Beiming Nan's face was white as he turned to Xianxia, his lips moving slightly as he sent a voice transmission. I'll stall him, you run. Xianxiao's face flickered as he replied. You must be joking. Now is not the time to be impulsive. Beifeng Nan said anxiously. This man is a world king. No one can stop him. Only by returning to Yanwu could he resist them with the strength of the entire city. If you were to die here, it would be an irreparable loss to the entire human race, or even the entire world. In the face of a great crisis, Yunqiao's face grew calm as he said, Are you done? After you're done, think about how to deal with the enemy. You coward! Beiming Nan was anxious and even a little angry. As the leader of the Heavenly Martial Alliance and the commander-in-chief of the world, how can you be so willful? You're right, Xianxia said. Over the years, I've not been willful enough, so I've been very unhappy. I've decided to be willful again. Bei Xiaonan. Ha ha ha, interesting. What an interesting person. Zhuokuan suddenly laughed. He had actually managed to catch the two's voice transmissions. Both Xianxia and Baiming Nan's faces changed. Zhuokuan laughed. Although not all the masters of the Divine Realm Tablet will eventually become king of the universe, they are all outstanding talents of the present age. Each of them has their own personality. You're not bad yourself. You flatter me, Xianxia said. You too. Under the world of the magical tree's golden wheel, the three dragon sons were all shocked and furious. You and I have no grudges. Why do you have to make a great enemy? He roared. If we help Li Yunxiao at this moment, I'm afraid you won't have an easy time, even if you're a world king. That's true, but the problem is that you can't get out, said Zhuokuan with a smile. After I've dealt with the master of the Divine Realm Tablet, I'll deal with you guys. Won't it be fine then? The three of them were instantly speechless. Jing angrily rebuked, even if it's a saint artifact, it's too arrogant to think that it can suppress the three of us. Jing raised his hand, and a ray of water light appeared. It turned into a boundless sharp light and shot out of the shadow of the swaying tree. The watery light was like a curtain, emitting a light green dragon realm. Before it could touch the enchantment of the magic tree, it was blocked by a mass of black light. The space within the barrier trembled a few times and then calmed down as if nothing had happened. However, there was one more graceful figure standing in the air. Under that cold face, his equally cold eyes looked at the three of them coldly. Demon race! Demon lord! Qi and Jing exclaimed at the same time as they looked at the black-robed woman in horror. She was Yuan, one of the 8 demon tribes. The faces of Yunxiao and the others changed drastically, but they soon quieted down. Now that the World King had come out, it wasn't strange for a demon lord to appear as well. It wouldn't be able to shake their minds. Moreover, Zhuokuan's battle against the 3 dragon children was beneficial to them. Yuan slowly raised her head, revealing a cold and elegant face, and said, "These 3 sacred beasts are right. You shouldn't be fighting on both sides at the same time. If I was alone, I would have certainly split them up and attacked them," Zhuokuan said with a smile. "But don't I still have you now?" Richard snorted softly and did not respond, as if it had silently agreed with his words. Zhuokuan continued, "There won't be any suppression from the heavenly martial realm's realm within this tree's golden wheel. With your strength and the ancient swaying tree, it shouldn't be a problem for you to hold back these 3 true spirits." The referee nodded and waved his sleeve. "You can continue with your work." The 3 dragon children were furious. With a gloomy face, they said coldly, "Ignorant! You're too arrogant." Boundless anger burned from his body, and he immediately turned into a fiery fist and punched. Jing and Mang also attacked at the same time. 2 dragon lights wrapped around the 2 sides of the fire fist. Yuan raised her hand, and a black spear condensed above her palm. In an instant, it transformed into hundreds of spear shadows. Chi-chi! Sounds rang out continuously as they rapidly stabbed down. Boom! Chi's expression changed as his fiery fist was pierced by the 100 spears. He hurriedly retreated to avoid the attack of the spear shadow. Jing and Mang also flashed with dragon light and dodged under the rain of attacks. Yunxiao was secretly shocked. He knew very well how strong the 3 dragon sons were, but even when they joined forces, they seemed to be suppressed by Yuan. One could see how powerful the demon was when he was not suppressed by the realm power. Master of Divine Realm Tablet, it's your opportunity to get the devil essence, but it's also your destiny. Although I admire you, I really have no choice. You're a smart man, so you should understand that it's impossible to escape." Zhuokuan smiled. "Putting up a stubborn resistance will only make you more embarrassed and laughable. If it's funny, then let it be," Yunxiao said. "It's too tiring to live, so it's good to relax a little." "Oh? Do you want to turn yourself into a joke to please everyone?" Although Zhuekuan was smiling, his eyes began to turn cold. Aren't you embarrassing the master of the Divine Realm Tablet? Oh? Yunxiao laughed in surprise. Is the master of the Divine Realm Tablet so important in your eyes? To be honest, I've had this thing for a long time, but I haven't seen it make me any more awesome. Moreover, the masters of the Divine Realm Tablet had hung many of them. Aren't you being a little too superficial? Ha ha ha. Zhuekuan suddenly laughed and playfully said, Do you know why you can't exert the power of the Divine Realm Tablet? Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat as he blurted out, Monument Spirit. It seems like you're not completely ignorant after all. Zhuekuan nodded. Do you know where the Monument Spirit is? Yunxiao's heart raced. Where? It seems that what you know is very limited. As expected, Bei Jinghong has been keeping it a secret. Is he afraid that you will enter the realm of Regional King? It's actually not a big secret. Zhuekuan laughed. I'll tell you since you want to know. The Monument Spirit is far away, but it's right in front of us. What? What? Yunxiao was taken aback. Are you the Monument Spirit? Zhuekuan. Bayan. Idiot. Zhuekuan angrily rebuked. How did you become the master of the Divine Realm Tablet with such an IQ? Had the realm of heavenly martial arts declined to such a state? The so-called tablet spirit is actually you. Yunxiao's face flickered, and he suddenly had the feeling of being enlightened. Recalling what Mopu had said about the Six Paths demonic weapon, he immediately understood. At that moment, the Divine Realm Tablet in his body also seemed to sense it and emitted a slight trembling sound. The frequency was very harmonious, as if it was going to merge with him. Yunxiao was horrified. He carefully felt the Divine Realm Tablet with his divine sense. It was warm, vast, and a divine power seemed to be guiding him to emit a deep melody. Zhuekuan looked at his dazed expression and thought that he had been shocked by his own words. He sneered, Every world has its own life. Even if they don't have free will like us, they still operate according to a certain pattern. And it would never allow the existence of a power that transcended this law. As for the Heavenly Saint artifact, it was formed from the laws of a world, and it represented the heavenly Tao of that world. Therefore, the people in the inner realm could never truly control the Divine Realm Tablet and could only be controlled by it. That is to say, the person who possesses the Divine Realm Tablet can only be fully recognized by the tablet by transforming into the tablet's realm spirit and unleash its full power. Yunxiao was indeed very shocked. Then how can one become a tablet spirit? You're also a sorcerer god, aren't you? Zhuekuan suddenly laughed. How do you think I can become an artifact spirit? Yunxiao trembled and cried out. Impossible! In order to become an artifact spirit, one had to destroy their physical body and use the artifact as a host to achieve the goal of unity. However, didn't the Demon Lord Monarch also have a physical body in the past? Even the Realm King had a physical body, right? He wasn't too sure. He looked to the south of Beishi, hoping to get some confirmation. Bei Xiaonan nodded his head, confirming his words. But at the same time, Bei Fengnan was also suspicious. Zhuekuan would never lie to them, because there was no reason for it. Moreover, such an expert would not even bother to lie. That's right, the Realm King does have a physical body. But is his body his true body? It's just that your mortal eyes can't see through it. Zhuekuan laughed. As for the Six Paths demonic weapon it's because the demons don't have a physical body to begin with. Yunxiao's face flickered as he remembered that the cause of the devil race was the condensation of demonic qi into devilish fiends. Then, the demonic spirits would devour each other and continue to grow. They would indeed have no physical body. Zhuekuan replied, The members of the demon race only start to need a swan and eye after they reach the demon lord rank. Could attach itself to the rainbow stone. The rainbow stone was just an outsider. To the Demon King, the rainbow body is just a host body, and the Six Paths demon weapon is his true home. Then, in order to get the Six Paths demonic weapon, you're willing to give up your body. Yunxiao sneered. That's a great courage. Zhuekuan's eyes flickered with a trace of reminiscence as he sighed. I can't say courage. who asked me to have my physical body destroyed in the demon-sealing war and fall into the demon world. Speaking of which, in the beginning he was forced to cultivate the demonic path. Now that I've discovered the true flavor, I'm enjoying it. Xianxia was taken aback, and his ill will toward Xuekuan was greatly reduced. It turned out that the other party was forced to do so, and had made great achievements in the battle of the past. Xuekuan sneered at him. You're the one who's looking at yourself. I've long since left the stand level. It's all for the sake of pursuing a higher realm. That's my goal. What does the matter of the two realms have to do with me? If the heavenly martial realm is destroyed, then so be it. If the devil realm is destroyed, then so be it. He spoke leisurely and indifferently, as if he was a hermit who was detached from the world, his heart untainted by a single speck of dust. Humph! Xianxia snorted coldly. Is this the so-called higher realm you're talking about? Then what was the use of begging for it? Also, what did he mean by a higher realm? Aren't you a world king? His heart moved slightly as if he had caught some information, but he found it hard to believe. He, world king? What is the realm king? Xuekuan's eyes glinted as he stared at him and asked with a sneer. He is the peak of this realm, Xianxia said thoughtfully. That's why he is called the realm king. Just like the devil king of the devil world. He is the master of a world. Then, who is stronger, the world king or the devil lord? Asked Xuekuan. Because the level of the devil realm is higher than that of the heavenly martial realm, Xianxia said. So, the peak of the devil realm is stronger than the peak of the heavenly martial realm, I see. Xuekuan nodded with a smile. Since we're all world kings, there's a difference in strength. Is it strange that I'm pursuing a higher realm? Xianxia was taken aback, not knowing how to ask the question. Then is the realm king the highest point of the divine Tao? Fei and I suddenly asked. You're really a silly girl, said Xuekuan with a smile. Back then, the celestial phoenix was also a world king. If she was the highest, how could she have fallen? Xianxia immediately understood something, and an uncontrollable shock surged in his heart. The realm king is not the highest. At least, the realm king realm in the realm of heavenly martial arts was not the highest because there were demon masters who were stronger than him. In that case, are demon masters the strongest? You're the one who's enlightened. Xuekuan nodded. There were thousands of worlds and boundless universes. Was there no third world other than the heavenly martial realm and the devil realm? What about the fourth and fifth? Xianxia clenched his fists. Xuekuan's words seemed to have opened up a whole new world in his heart. Since there was still a third world, a fourth world, or even an infinite number of worlds, then the World King realm was definitely not the strongest, and the Demon Master was also not the strongest. They would continue to level up as the level of the world increased. The weakest among you is at the Void tier, while the strongest is at the Creation tier. Then, he must have studied the Maha-Ancient Scriptures, right? Back then, when the Maha-Ancient Scripture had just appeared in the world, it was shattered by the world-destroying divine thunder of the Brahma Purple Mansion. Then, could ancient God Maha's power only be at the World King realm? The few of them were shocked. They had never thought about this before, especially Xianxia. In the battle with Al had refined the rules of all things, but it had been bound by the chains of laws. Heaven and earth would not tolerate whoever he created. There must be a power that surpassed the Realm King. Ancient God Maha had definitely surpassed this realm. There's one more thing, Xuekuan continued. I wonder if you've ever thought about it. During the early stages of the Demon Sealing War, the Realm King and I both entered the Demon Realm. What? Why haven't I heard of this before? Bai Mingnan was shocked. Xuekuan shot him a disdainful look and sneered. Who do you think you are? Don't tell me that I have to explain to you when I go to the Devil Realm. Bai Fengnan chuckled and didn't take it seriously. He only asked, what happened after that? I came back not long after, Xuekuan replied. It was too dangerous to be suppressed by the power of the demon world. If the Realm King and I were to fall, then there would be no need for the Demon Sealing War 100,000 years ago. When the Demon Lord came to the realm of heaven martial arts, the Realm King, Yenshin, Lin, and I all thought of the same question. Why was the demon lord monarch not suppressed by the realm power? This buy-in, why? Xiao asked subconsciously. He pondered in his heart. This matter was indeed strange. The suppression of the realm power was stronger when it met a stronger opponent. So when the crack appeared, only some low-level demons could come out. If a demon lord or above forced their way in, they would be crushed into ashes if they were not careful. The demon didn't even dare to show himself. Back then, no matter how strong the demon master was, once he was suppressed by the world power and had 4 world kings working together, he would have to kneel down no matter how strong he was. Baiming Nan said seriously, could it be that demon masters are not suppressed by the realm power? But how is that possible? Shuokuan's face revealed a desolate expression, as if he had returned to 100,000 years ago. He sighed, "It's not that a demon master is not suppressed by the realm power, but that the emperor himself is not suppressed by it, because he has already transcended the world king realm." What? Transcendent realm king? What kind of existence is that? Xiao was greatly shocked, and so were the others. I've discussed the strength of the world king realm with the others before, and we've also thought that this realm is the end of the divine Tao. The difference between the strong and the weak was due to the difference in the level of world force. There were also some other opportunities. However, it was only when the demon lord emperor appeared that we knew we were wrong. Because the power of a monarch has already surpassed the world king realm and reached a whole new level, he can travel through the 1,000 worlds at will without any restrictions. Casually passing through the world. Xiao and the others were a little dumbfounded. Although they knew that the demon lord was powerful, they had never dreamed that he was so powerful that it was ethereal. If the emperor hadn't sought his own death back then and split into 2, I'm afraid the heavenly martial arts realm would have already ceased to exist, Shuokuan said, his eyes flashing with fear. There was silence all around. Everyone was shocked by his words and didn't know what to say. Only the various lights and shadows within the magic tree's golden wool flickered, and Yuan was still fighting intensely with the 3 dragon children. Shuokuan broke the silence with a smile. So what does the matter between the 2 realms have to do with me? My goal has long been to gain the power to travel through 1,000 worlds and become a world king. Why? Xiao suddenly asked. Since the demon lord has already reached that level, why did he still invade the heavenly martial realm? The gap between the 2 worlds was huge, and the level of the world power was low. What was the point of invading? A person like him should have left a world and directly traveled through the universe, right? I've been puzzled by this question for a long time, Shuokuan nodded. It wasn't until I stayed in the devil realm for tens of thousands of years and recovered a lot of my power that I slowly understood. There are some secrets involved in this matter, and I'm still searching for answers to this day, so I won't tell you. What is it? What? Xiao was surprised. If you can find the key, you may be able to resolve TNE crisis or TNE even 1Y martial realm. Anna even completely stopped TNE war between the 2 realms that has lasted for countless years. Then you'll be the number 1 person in all of history. Haha, the number 1 person in all of history? Tisk. I'm not interested in this number 1 expert of the ancient times. Shuokuan sneered disdainfully. The reason why I'm investigating this matter is because it concerns my future. Why is the demon lord so insistent on this matter? Perhaps you'll know after I absorb the 2 of you. In that case, Xiao sneered, as long as I absorb you, I can also learn a lot of things. Ha ha ha. Shuokuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Now this is what the master of the divine realm tablet should be like. Do you know why I'm telling you so much? Yes, Xiao said. They want to enlighten the younger generation and broaden our horizons. You can understand it that way, Shuokuan said, because I'm about to absorb all of your devil essence. I don't know if you'll be able to survive, so I'll treat it as giving you a little sweetness before you die. There's an old saying that goes, hearing the Tao in the morning, you can die in the evening. Even so, Xiao said, you'll have to wait until tonight to kill us, right? I've been waiting for 100,000 years. I can't wait any longer, Shuokuan laughed. He stretched out his hand and pointed at Xiao, his eyes shining with a cold light of determination and a greedy killing intent. Under the intense gaze of the killing intent, Xianxia could not help but take a few steps back to keep himself at a safe distance from the man. Then he suddenly said, "Are you really a world king now?" Xuekuan stared blankly for a moment before a strange expression flitted across his face. "Why do you ask?" "You lost your physical body back then," Xianxia said. "Your cultivation base must have fallen. Even if he switched to a demonic cultivation technique in the future, it would be almost impossible for him to become a holy demon, right? How could a person who had switched to cultivating MO skills in the middle reach a realm that even tens of thousands of geniuses in the MO world could not reach? Besides, if you've already become a holy demon, there's no need for you to steal our emperor demonic essence." "Smart," Xuekuan sneered. However, his sneer was extremely cold. "I'm only a demon supreme now, but I'm a demon supreme that's one step ahead of a holy demon. Moreover, I was born in the realm of heavenly martial arts, so I'm not suppressed by the realm power. Therefore, my current strength is not much weaker than it was in the past. You're right, it's not that easy to become a holy demon. Moreover, I lost my physical body back then, and was suppressed and destroyed by the power of the demon realm. How could it be so easy to cultivate back? But even so, I still managed to get to where I am today. And now, I'm going to step over your dead bodies and take one more step forward into the holy demon. Climbing by stepping on other people's bones is an evil way," Xianxia said with a sneer. "How far can you go?" "I've said it before," Xuekuan said. "You're all too focused on your appearances. To me, there's no path of good or evil, only my path." As soon as the word Dao fell, a layer of black light appeared around Xuekuan and fused with his body. The sharp aura spread out like fireworks. A circle of black light appeared behind Xuekuan's back, and a giant spirit slowly stood up. True fiend Dharma body. Both Yunxiao and Xiaohong were taken aback. When they saw this move from someone other than the Demon Master's clone, they felt a sense of discomfort in addition to the strangeness and shock. It was like finding out that someone else had his own secret stash. The corner of Xuekuan's mouth curved into an arc as he sneered, "Star-parting fist." The giant true devil raised its hand, and more than a dozen millstone-sized vortexes appeared around its fist. Black light flickered within, and massive amounts of energy madly surged in, constantly being compressed. Boom! As the punch landed, the entire space shook. More than 10 streams of light shot out from the vortexes and flew down with the wind from the fist. It was as if the stars had shattered and thousands of raindrops were falling. Since you're not a regional king, there's nothing to be afraid of. It's just a slightly stronger fortune. Yunxiao gave a loud cry, and his body flickered with lightning as it gradually turned purple. The lightning spell changed at the tip of his finger. A bolt of lightning turned into a dragon shadow and circled. A light barrier appeared wherever it passed. "All of you hide," Yunxiao shouted again and pushed his hands to the left and right. The purple dragon rolled up and remained still in the sky. Baiming Nan and the other 3 men instantly flew to Yunxiao's side. A purple barrier came down, protecting everyone. Boom! 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 The star-shattering power struck the purple lightning barrier one after another, creating purple ripples of light. The entire enchantment was changing unpredictably. Light and shadow floated up and down as if it was going to break at any time. "Oh? An innate lightning body?" Xuekuan coldly sneered and pushed forward with his hands. The true devil giant spirit did the same, and its several mu large palm pressed down from the sky, blocking all the light as if the sky was collapsing. "Flying!" Chu Hongyan exclaimed. Even within the barrier, one could still feel the pressure that penetrated the purple lightning. The barrier's light seemed to explode, and countless purple glows turned into hair-thin lightning bolts. From the outside, their bodies seemed to be in a trance. "I'm fine," Yunxiao shouted. "I'm fine. I can take it." As soon as he finished speaking, the big hand pressed down directly on the purple light. Boom! The light shattered like a ball, and purple lightning exploded as if it had been squashed flat. Even more lightning transformed into sharp swords that pierced through the large hand. Boom! The earth trembled non-stop as a terrifying power that could topple mountains and overturn the seas tore the power of the dragon realm into pieces. The heavens collapsed and the earth caved in as the earth split apart for 1,000 miles. What? Zhuokuan suddenly raised his head, and a black dot of light suddenly grew in size. It was Xiao Hong's shadow, but its entire body was covered in demonic patterns. In her right hand, she held a ball of black light. The black light swallowed and spat out a terrifying aura, revealing a sharp edge. The chirping of thousands of birds could be heard from the palm as Xiao Hong pulled out the AMO will treasure. The 12 fortune wheels spun rapidly, turning into shadows that spread out. Xiao Hong's eyes were pitch black, and they exuded a bone-chilling coldness. The AMO will treasure was raised up high. Instantly, the 12 wheels of fortune were like 12 layers of barriers, completely separating the sky. Slash! The demonic armament slashed down, and the sword shadow instantly expanded 100 times. It was as if an iron tower had toppled over, directly pressing down. Before the terrifying power could completely land on the ground, the dragon realm was shattered into pieces. Thousands of cracks appeared on the ground, and the area within tens of thousands of feet collapsed with a loud boom. Shatter the heavens! Zhuokuan's expression was grave as he watched the earth-shattering scene. His face was expressionless, and he did not take half a step back because of the immense power. After the ground beneath his feet shattered, his body was not affected in the slightest. With a change of hand seals, he transformed into a true fiend Dharma idol with 3 heads and 6 arms. The Dharma form was ferocious on all 3 sides and formed 6 strange hand seals. A solemn and divine aura was born. Boom! The Dharmakaya giant spirit in the sky suddenly opened its eyes and put its hands together. He actually grabbed at the Amo Luan bow. Boom! The giant spirit's hands held the Mo weapon in its palms. A terrifying vibration came, and the sky became blurry. His hands trembled violently, and his body was constantly surging with demonic light, as if he was about to collapse at any moment. But in the end, he still managed to suppress the power of the demonic armament. Xiao Hong's expression changed drastically, and her demonic eyes were filled with fear. Although he had expected that the other party would be able to receive this move, he had never expected that he would receive it empty-handed. Zhuokuan chuckled and licked his lips. His eyes lit up as he said, "The amok wheel? What?" Just as he was greedily about to take the Mo weapon, a powerful presence suddenly came from the back of his head as if it was going to pierce through him. Behind him, the Dharma idol suddenly looked up and saw Yun Xiao standing there, blocking the sunlight and holding a long-handled battle axe with one hand. The battle axe had the face of a beast, with its mouth wide open and its eyes embedded with jade. As soon as it appeared, the whole world began to feel suppressed. Thunder kept rumbling like lightning. Die! Break! Yun Xiao cried out as Alai's abstruse spear thrust down from the sky. The endless space shattered layer by layer, turning into circles of smoke and clouds that scattered. The black light on the Mo weapon was like a cone, and the tip of the cone instantly pressed down on Zhuokuan. Zhuokuan's expression finally changed. He didn't dare to take the attack head-on, and his hand formed an incantation gesture. A boom came from his palm. With a clang, he pulled out Agon's bone cleaver and slashed at it. Bang! The crisp sound of profound level weapons hitting each other rang out, shaking up boundless demonic light. The world suddenly fell into darkness, like a black hole, devouring the two of them. Even the whirling world of the magical tree's golden wheel was swallowed by the black light. Could not be seen clearly or clearly. In the whirling world, Yuan and the 3 dragon children all turned pale with fright as they looked out of the world in shock. In a world as dark as ink, a red bean-like light suddenly appeared. That bean light suddenly increased to the size of a fist, and with a pu sound, it transformed into a firebird, its form continuously growing. In an instant, as if it had been 100 years, it turned into a phoenix of fire and cried out. The cry of the phoenix pierced through heaven and earth, penetrating the whirling world of the magical tree's golden wheel and piercing into the ears of the 4. The phoenix descended thousands of feet and turned into the figure of Fani. She formed a seal with her hands and covered the completely lightless world. Phoenix dancing in the 9 heavens. A phoenix's cry could be heard from the seal, as if a living phoenix flame had been released. Under the flickering light and shadow, Shuokuan's figure was revealed, standing motionless in the darkness. Yunxiao and Xiaohong's figures also appeared under the phoenix light, and time seemed to have stopped. Only when the phoenix light had fallen did Shuokuan's body move. One of the Dharma forms raised its head and its eyes shot out a sharp light. It put its hands together and formed a seal, forming a ball of faint fire that seemed to devour everything. The fire was not afraid of the phoenix light at all and swallowed it up. It was like a snake that had been hiding in the depths of the darkness and had not seen the sun and moon for countless years. Boom! The 2 types of fire attribute powers collided, and the flames immediately dispelled a large area of darkness. The figures of the few people flickered in the light for a moment before disappearing again. The sky had just been pitch black, but now it was so bright that it made people blind. The 2 completely different lights scattered in all directions, and the entire land of 10,000 spirits was alarmed. The true spirits that were slumbering in the surroundings had all turned into ashes. There were also many that had been slumbering for hundreds of thousands of years and had never woken up. The rest of them were shaken awake and looked over in horror. None of them dared to come closer. Several tens of thousands of li away from the battle, Luanyu and the others were also alarmed. They all stared in shock, revealing an expression of disbelief. The true spirits behind them all felt the power fluctuations and let out low cries, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. A few true spirits in human form also turned pale. They were afraid of the power and worshipped it. Yuanlong was shocked. "Father, this is a swan and eye." Luanyu nodded and said, "It's the fluctuation of devil essence. They should have already made a move, and it wasn't a shallow one." He looked into the distance thoughtfully and nodded slightly. However, his heart was filled with shock and fear, because the power was far beyond his current strength. Had Yunxiao improved to such an extent again? Thinking about it, he couldn't help but shiver. Luanyu hurriedly expelled this kind of terror from her heart and mind. Otherwise, it would become a lingering nightmare. Yuan looked worried. Isn't this force a little too powerful? Could it be that it's already impossible? Impossible. It was impossible for him to be a world king. "Father, I'm worried about the safety of my 3 brothers. I'm afraid they won't be able to handle it." Luanyu glanced at him expressionlessly and scolded him for being brainless in his heart. He snorted coldly and said, "They can't handle it, but you can." "No, it's not." Yuan's face turned red and he said awkwardly, "I can go and help my 3 brothers. If my brother and I can help, even if Yunxiao is a world king, he will most likely be able to withstand it." "Childish," Luanyu scolded without mercy. "What do you think the world king realm is? You think you can defeat the realm king with just 5 creation realm experts?" Luanyu's face was filled with ridicule and sneer. He stared at him coldly and said, "The realm king is the master of a realm, an existence that has surpassed the divine realm. It's a completely different concept from fortune." He explained in detail, "The path of cultivation starts from the beginning of the origin. It starts from the 2nd division, the 3rd division, the 4th division, the 5th element, the 6th division, the 7th constellation, and the 8th desolation. It's the martial way when you cultivate the Emperor Qi of the 9 heavens and step into the martial Emperor realm. After the martial Tao, the 10 directions divine realm is the one that inherits the martial sovereign of the 9 heavens realm. From now on, I will refine Qi into power, and the Emperor Qi of the 9 heavens will be transformed into spiritual energy. The so-called return to truth, divine sovereign justice, ultimate void, and creation were just small realms in the 10 directions divine realm. Rather than saying that he had gone through 100 tribulations, stepped into the realm king realm, and received the fortune, it's better to say that the 100 tribulations realm king received the 10 directions divine realm. They're on 2 completely different levels." Yuan was stunned and fell into deep thought. Luanyu continued, "As my sons, You were born in the 10 Directions divine realm. Your knowledge of crossing major realms is extremely shallow. This is also the mental barrier that prevents you from advancing. Your knowledge of the World King realm is far from enough. Out of the 9, the one who has the highest chance of becoming a realm king is your third brother, Qiu. It's a pity that he's too weak. At the mention of Qiu, Yuan was enraged and roared, "Damn you, Li Yunxiao! I'm going to kill him to avenge third brother." "Stop!" Luan Yu angrily rebuked. "Aren't you overestimating yourself? If you really want to take revenge and your 3 brothers can't do it, then it's useless for you to go. What we need to do now is to quietly watch and see how this battle will end. If Yunxiao has really stepped into the realm of regional king, we can only leave as soon as possible and go as far away as possible, so that we can take revenge in the future." Seeing the change in Luan Yu's expression, Yuan could not help but be stunned for a moment. This time, he knew that he had misspoken and hurriedly knelt down to apologize, saying, "It's my mistake. Please forgive me, father." Luan Yu's eyes were filled with haze, which only dissipated after a while. He slowly said, "You're right. What crime are you guilty of? Get up." Yuan was nervous, and he stood up carefully. Luan Yu said, "It's not just you. I'm afraid that all 9 of my sons are yearning for the realm of regional king. They love, hate, and fear it, right?" Yuan lowered his head and didn't say anything. He seemed to have guessed what he was thinking and was a little shy. Luan Yu let out a long sigh and shook his head. "Everything in the world has its strengths and weaknesses. Everything is round and flawed. Nothing is perfect. Even the true dragon clan has a narrow weakness, and that is growth." "Indeed," Yuan nodded. "We've been immortal state warriors since we were born, and it's very difficult for us to increase our strength after we reach adulthood. It's not just the 9 of you. I'm the same as well," Luan Yu said. He gritted his teeth and said, "Why does a true dragon have to be at the realm of World King and can't break free from the restraints of the world power to go further? Go up." Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and he said in shock, "What do you mean, father?" Luan Yu stared at the energy fluctuations coming from the distance for a long time before saying, "Originally, these words were treasonous and not tolerated by the realm. But even though father is a true dragon, how could the heavens and earth tolerate me all these years? They thought of every possible way to destroy me and even gave birth to a new true dragon. I've completely given up on this world. One day, I'll break through the shackles of heaven and earth and travel through the world at will, achieving an even higher realm. A higher realm. What?" Yuan was shocked. "Is there someone stronger than the World King?" Luan Yu revealed a loving expression and nodded. "That's right. Back then, that person had broken through to the realm of the regional king, which was why he was able to reverse his father's power and defeat 10,000 spirits. In the countless years of history of the heavenly martial realm and the devil realm, there are scattered records that after transcending a realm, one can freely travel through the countless worlds in the great universe, and is known as the Master of 1,000 Realms. Xianxia, Master of the 1,000 Realms." Yuan was shocked by Luan Yu's words, and his face was dull, as if he could not recover for a long time. He seemed to understand something and muttered to himself, "The martial sovereign of the 9 heavens, the Lord of the 100 Tribulations realm, the Lord of the 1,000 realms, the Lord of the 1,000 realms, the Lord of the 1,000 realms, the Lord of the 10 realms, the Lord of the 1,000 realms, the Lord of the 1,000 realms, the Lord of the 1,000 realms." He thought about the vast universe, the countless worlds, and how he could travel as he pleased. It wasn't bound by any world and could exist forever in the universe, almost undying and imperishable. He couldn't help but look forward to it, and his blood was boiling with excitement. "Father, I also want to become the master of 1,000 worlds." Yuan suddenly became excited. He was full of longing, and his eyes were shining. "Hee." Luan Yu smiled faintly and said, "This is something that every expert who has stepped into the World King realm yearns for. You're still far from it. Let's think of a way to enter the World King realm first." Yuan nodded heavily and said, "Father, I want to become a World King. I hope Father can give me some guidance." Luan Yu smiled and said, "Rest assured, Since ancient times, even those in the realm of regional kings had different levels of strength. All the true dragons in the past generations were the best of the best. With the guidance of his father, it would be much easier for him to enter the realm of regional kings. As long as you are obedient and do not go against my father's wishes, I will be able to send you to that realm sooner or later. Many thanks, father. Yuan was overjoyed and couldn't help but get excited. Luan Yu also looked at him lovingly, giving him an encouraging look. Shilong didn't say a word, but his eyes lit up slightly. However, it disappeared in an instant, returning to the endless darkness. Tens of thousands of miles away, the battle was so intense that the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The dragon realm was spreading. Seawater began to appear in an area of over 1,000 kilometers, which was a sign that the land of 10,000 spirits was about to collapse. Zhuokuan was not at a disadvantage in the battle of 1 against 5, and his goal was to absorb Yunxiao and Xiao Hong's devil essence and seize their devil weapons. That was why he showed mercy to the two of them, but to Feini, Chu Hongyan, and Baiming Nan, he wanted to kill the 3 of them first. Among them, Chu Hongyan and Beifeng Nan were the weaker ones, and Chu Hongyan's body was far weaker than Beifeng Nan's, so she was seriously injured in just a few moves. This disturbed Yunxiao's mind, and he hurriedly put her back into the Divine Realm tablet. TSK, TSK. The supreme saint weapon of this world is just a sanctuary in your hands? Shuokuan sneered and ridiculed Yunxiao, and without stopping, he slashed at Yunxiao's head. The black light broke through the air and split the universe. Bang! Yunxiao grabbed the battle axe with both hands and tried to block it, but he was knocked away by the terrifying force, and his arms were so numb that he could barely feel them. Moreover, when the vast demonic light hit his body directly, even his illusory bones had countless cracks, which required a large amount of spiritual energy to repair. Impossible! Since they're both good fortune cultivators, the difference can't be this big. Feini was also injured and her face was covered in blood. Her body was burning. However, she knew that this was the phoenix blood's self-healing ability. The more pain she felt, the stronger the effect. Ignorant, Shuokuan sneered. He flipped his agama and slashed at Feini. At the same time, his body flickered and disappeared from where he was. Swish! The sky split open and Fei Ni's heart trembled slightly. She did not want to take this move head-on, lest she waste her phoenix essence. Immediately, a flame flashed and he was about to escape. However, the sky was suddenly torn apart and a true devil's giant hand came down like a mountain, pressing down on Feini. Once his escape technique was broken, there was no way to escape in the entire space. Feini was shocked and transformed again. Not only did he want to take the blade head-on, but he also wanted to take the true devil's giant hand head-on. Her face turned pale, and a heavenly phoenix phantom appeared behind her, forming a domain. His hands quickly formed a seal, and thousands of flaming butterflies overflowed from his body. Voila! Suddenly, the sound of chains could be heard and a few black rays of light shot through the air like lightning. They formed a cloud of stars around Fei and protected him. At the same time, the chains swirled upward and bound the true devil's hand tightly. Yunxiao's figure emerged in the void, his face pale. He held the axe in one hand and the iron chain in the other, gritting his teeth. The impact of the big hand was so strong that the iron chain clattered. Yunxiao's left palm was covered in blood, and the chain in the sky was covered in golden blood. Boom! Handao's blade light broke through the nebula's defense and cut into the heavenly phoenix domain. Fei threw a few punches in succession. The phoenix light and the saber radiance collided, causing a shocking tremor. At the same time, although the true demon's giant hand was bound by the chains, its momentum did not decrease and it directly hit the domain. Boom! The phoenix light exploded and Fei Ni's body was sent flying, blood splattering in the sky. Feini! Yunxiao roared, his eyes bulging. However, he was powerless. Under the suppression of such a powerful force, he was completely helpless. A strong sense of unwillingness surged in his blood, making him extremely uncomfortable and depressed. Suddenly, The sky was split open by a sharp light, and the cries of thousands of birds could be heard. The power of 12 fortune wheels surged in the sky and intertwined with each other, tearing the void apart. Bang! A massive, profound, level weapon's light burst forth as Xiao Hong's sword slashed down from the sky. Zhuokuan used his saber to block it. The power of the sword chi continued to rise, and Xiao Hong's body almost turned transparent. It was clear that it was using all its strength to activate the power of the AMO wheel. This was because she now understood that it was impossible for her to defeat Zhuokuan on her own. The only power that could kill him was the Six Paths demonic weapon. As expected, Zhuokuan's expression suddenly changed. The power of the AMO will continued to rise, and it had already exceeded Xiao Hong's control. But it didn't stop increasing. The agama in his hand also began to hum. A black glow appeared on the blade, and rings of sharp energy spread out to fight against the power of the AMO wheel. Yunxiao glanced over and immediately understood Xiao Hong's thoughts. Since you like the Six Paths demonic weapon so much, I'll give them all to you. Take them all. Yunxiao raised his right hand, and the Alai Xuanzong transformed into a huge axe shadow in the sky, which then chopped down at Zhuokuan's head. At the same time, he waved his left hand, and a Ni Fansha spread out and turned into many nebulas. 3,000 worlds. A terrifying demonic light bloomed from Yunxiao's body, and the sky was immediately plunged into a vortex. The power of the two MO weapons was activated to the best of his ability. The destructive power instantly went out of control and surged towards Zhuokuan. Young Master Yun! Bei Fengnen cried out in horror, but his voice was instantly silenced. His body flickered with a faint light as he tried his best to resist the force of the demonic weapon, preventing himself from being sucked into it. However, the virtual light became weaker and weaker. In the end, it was annihilated and the demonic light swallowed him. A huge demonic light spread in the land of 10,000 spirits, tearing apart the dragon field as if it was a dead branch. Everything within tens of thousands of miles was turned into nothingness. Above the North Sea, a terrifying amount of sea water shot up into the sky, directly reaching the clouds. In an instant, the ocean within 10,000 miles was evaporated, leaving not a drop of water. It revealed a huge pit that extended for 10,000 miles. At this moment, the land of 10,000 spirits had formed a ring shape, and in the center was a deep pit that reached the bottom of the sea, which was tens of thousands of miles wide. Even Luanyu and the others suffered the impact. Although they easily blocked it, all of their expressions changed greatly. How can he be so strong? Could he really be a world king? Luanyu was so shocked that it was difficult for him to control himself. His expression changed several times before he shook his head and said, "No, that's impossible." This was the power of the Six Paths demonic weapon, and it was by no means something Yunxiao could control. He must have been forced into a desperate situation and then used the power of the Six Paths demonic armament to die with his 3 unfilial sons. "What?" Yuan cried out in shock. "Die together. My 3 brothers are dead." Luanyu's expression also flickered between clear and dark, and he said in a cold voice, "He's most likely dead." He had extremely complicated feelings in his heart. He only hoped that Yunxiao and his 3 unfilial sons would fight until both sides were injured, so that he could reap the benefits without doing anything. He did not want them to die together. After all, Yunxiao still controlled the birthplace of the true dragon, and the dragon essence in his 3 unfilial sons was what he wanted. Both of them had things that he was extremely eager to obtain. Could they have died just like that? Luanyu was also in a daze and was unable to react. "You wretched heavens, you're really unscrupulous in order to kill me. You're even willing to give up on the master of the divine realm tablet so easily." After a long while, Luanyu finally regained her senses. Her eyes widened as she looked at the vast sky. Her heart suddenly became confused. Yuan took a long time to come back to his senses. He cried out and cried, "My 3 brothers! You all died so miserably." Luanyu was upset by his crying and reprimanded. "All right, don't cry. You're a creation realm expert, so how can you be crying like this? Yuan's crying turned into a low whimper, and he gradually stopped after sobbing for a while. Luan Yu's face was gloomy as he said, "Come with me to take a look. I've always had doubts in my heart. I don't believe that they would die like this." It's also possible that he was sent flying into a spatial crevice. The tens of thousands of miles of space in front of him was a vacuum. Going down was an abyss that reached the bottom of the sea, and it was difficult to see the bottom. In this huge space, there were a large number of fragments of the dragon realm and countless elements of the five elements. Some condensed into blocks of earth and floated in the air. Some directly turned into fire and slowly burned. There were also some that emitted golden light and flickered in the void. There were also balls of water elemental energy, or beads, that spread all over the world. In addition, there were also clusters of demonic clouds that were condensed, and everywhere was pitch black in color. 3 dragon lights immediately soared into the sky and headed towards the center of the explosion. There were dozens of true spirits behind them. Although they were trembling, they didn't dare to disobey their orders and rushed in together. In this vacuum, just the aura after the explosion was enough to suppress them to the point that their faces turned pale and they had difficulty breathing. This is Wufu. While Wanyu was searching for Yunxiao and the others, she saw a stone forest in a quiet space. It was so quiet that one could hear a needle. Yunxiao and the others were all here, and all of them looked stunned. Even the whirling world of the magical tree's golden wheel was broken open, and Yuan and the 3 dragon sons were all swept in. The internal space of the 6 paths demonic weapon. Yunxiao's face flickered. What? Last time in the Tiandang Mountains, when he was fighting with Xiaohong and Dijia, he had accidentally entered this space because of the 3 demonic weapons. He did not expect to be dragged in again. Xiaohong's expression also changed slightly, but she quickly calmed down. Zhuokuan's face revealed a dazed expression. After looking around, he seemed to be in a daze. The rest of the people also looked around vigilantly and carefully. He was worried about the enemy in front of him, and he was also worried about whether there would be unknown enemies in the dark. Could this be the internal space of the 6 paths demonic weapon? Zhuokuan asked after a while. Could this be the rumored mystic space that can lead to the multiverse? Mysterious space? Yunxiao was taken aback, and he quickly asked, "What's the mysterious space?" His master of ups and downs had combined the 3 divine swords into one by using the mysterious space. His understanding of the mysterious space was not comprehensive, and it seemed to contain incomprehensible rules. You just exclaimed that this place is the 6 paths space. I'm sure you've been here before, right? Zhuokuan asked. Why should I answer you? Yunxiao sneered. Zhuokuan's expression was grave. He no longer seemed as relaxed as before. "LF, you can't dispel the doubts in my heart. Why should I dispel yours?" Yunxiao was silent for a moment, feeling strange in his heart. By right, Zhuokuan had devoured Dijia, so he should have accepted all of his memories. From the fact that he knew some of his own situation, it could be seen that at least most of Dijia's memories had been absorbed by him. Was there some loss? He nodded and said, "El did come here once. When I was in the Tiandang Mountains, Xiaohong, Dijia, and I also fought with demonic weapons and were sucked into this space. According to Dijia, only when 3 demonic weapons collided with each other would there be a chance of entering. Even though he's a devil lord, he can't come and go as he pleases." A look of great joy appeared on Zhuokuan's face. He seemed to have confirmed something and unexpectedly cheered. "As expected." "It's your turn to answer my question," Yunxiao said. Zhuokuan acted as if he didn't hear her and continued to ask, "Then, did you find anything the last time you came here?" Yunxiao's face darkened as he stared at him coldly and said, "You can just ask them all." Only then did Zhuokuan calm down. He awkwardly coughed twice and said, "The so-called mysterious space is an existence that is above the worlds of our heavens and realms. It is also the world space of this multiverse that contains countless worlds." What? Yunxiao was taken aback. It turned out that the super mysterious space was the multiverse space of the Ling family above the heavenly worlds. It was no wonder that the lock of realm power would descend one after another, trying to bind whoever was up and down. However, when the sword chi was used, it could break all the chains of laws. According to the rules, the level of the Master of Ups and Downs was even higher than that of a heavenly saint tool. It was at least stronger than the Divine Realm tablet, but he didn't know if it was stronger or weaker than the demonic weapon of Six Paths. After all, according to Zhuokuan, the space within the Six Paths demonic weapon was a mysterious space similar to the great cosmos. He did not know where the Realm King had gotten such a fragment of the mysterious space, but it had ended up in his hands. You can tell me now, right? Zhuokuan continued. Did anything happen when you came in here? Yunxiao remembered that he had sensed the light of reincarnation the last time he came here, but how could he just tell him that? He sneered and said, You and I both asked, and it's already a tie. I don't have anything I want to know right now. So why should I tell you what happened the last time I came here? He deliberately didn't say anything, and instead reminded Zhuokuan that something had happened last time. This caused Zhuokuan's expression to change drastically. Demonic light rolled on his face, and killing intent flickered in his eyes. What? You want to kill me? What happened last time? Yunxiao sneered. I don't want to tell you what happened last time, but I can tell you something else. It wasn't easy to enter the Six Paths of Space, but it was very easy to leave. If one wasn't careful, they could leave at any time. He didn't know when he would be able to come back again. If you want to stay here, you'd better behave yourself. His words were full of threat. Everyone could hear it, but they didn't know if it was true. However, Zhuokuan seemed to fall for this trick. He only stared at him with a cold expression, not making a move. The referee frowned and said, You're not scared of this kid, are you? Kill the two of them, take the Six Paths MO weapon and study it. Zhuokuan said, I naturally know that he is trying to scare me. I also know that we can slowly study the MO weapons we have seized. However, he was right about one thing: you can't just come and go as you please. You have to have the right opportunity. Then you're not going to kill them? The referee asked. Kill, of course we have to kill. We'll just kill them after we get out. Zhuokuan's eyes flickered as he looked at the three dragon children. He coldly said, The three of you better be well behaved and we'll all live in peace. If you make a scene and cause this space to disappear, I'll make soup out of your bones. The three dragon children were all furious and roared, Boy! He was too arrogant. How can you trample on the dignity of the dragon clan? Jing's face was livid, and his face was so dark that it was dripping with water. He gritted his teeth and said, A warrior can be killed but not humiliated. Since ancient times, the only difficult thing is death. We're not afraid of death. Yet you dare to threaten us with such lowly words. Brothers, let's fight it out with him. Mang said coldly. You don't have to be so cowardly. The three of them spread out and stood around Zhuokuan. Death isn't scary, but have you ever heard of a soul refining technique? Zhuokuan coldly replied. He raised his hand, and with a bang, a flame appeared in his palm. He said coldly, The underworld fire can roast the soul and make it suffer for 10,000 years. The three of them gasped and their faces instantly turned pale. They took a few steps back and were full of fear. Qi was a little despondent as he muttered to himself, The power of this flame is indeed the netherworld fire Xianxia condensed from the power of the realm. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he stared at the flame. He thought of the divine capital of the holy region, where the gate to the underworld had not yet been opened. However, he never thought that the previous lord of the earth realm was still alive. Not only that, but he had also become a demon. The three of you sure are forgetful? Zhuokuan sneered. Have you forgotten who I am? I remember Li Yunxiao and the others said it was not long ago. The lord of the earth realm, Tao Wu. Qi's face appeared even paler under the illumination of the netherworld fire. The other two dragon sons also had extremely ugly expressions, but they didn't say anything. Zhuokuan sneered disdainfully as he extinguished the flame in his palm and sneered, Since you're afraid, then be more honest. The three dragon sons trembled in anger, their eyes almost popping out. However, they were indeed afraid of the dark fire. They didn't dare to make a sound. A boundless sense of humiliation spread in their hearts, and they were so suppressed that they almost wanted to die. Hee hee. Xianxia sneered and said, I'm afraid the three of you have already cultivated your supreme ninja technique to the realm of world kings. I'm impressed. Eft. He was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was already feeling very depressed, and after being ridiculed by Xianxia in such a provocative way, he could no longer bear it. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, Shuakuin, if you die, you die. If you suffer for 10,000 years, you suffer for 10,000 years. The dignity of the dragon clan cannot be offended. Today you will pay the price. A huge flame started to burn on his body. Fire fist. Explosive embarrassing dance. Jing and Mang were also extremely furious. They both made their moves. 2 dragon lights and the fiery fist charged at Shuakuin. The stone pillars in the 6 realms shattered and turned into dust. You're courting death, Shuakuin roared in anger. I'll pull out your dragon tendons, break your bones, and make soup. Then, I'll throw your souls back to the underworld to suffer the pain of being roasted for 10,000 years. Demonic light bloomed from his body. He raised his agama and slashed. Boom! The blade light swept past the shadows of fire, water, and light, directly splitting the 3 forces apart. The shocking power exploded and rushed in all directions. This was a rare opportunity. If he could join forces with the 3 sons of the dragon, he would have a great chance of defeating Shuakuin. His body turned into lightning. Just as he was about to move, a force came down on him. The power was as bright as the sun, but it was also filled with endless demonic chi. The sound of gears turning could be heard. It was the golden wheel of the tree. Boom! The place where Xianxia stood was directly smashed into pieces by the golden light, and his afterimages gradually dispersed, revealing his true body 1,000 feet away. The golden wheel swayed in the air for a moment before it turned back and was caught by Yuan. The referee quietly stood in front of Xianxia and said coldly, With me here, do you think you can make a move? One of the 8 Fiend Supremes of the Fiend Realm? Xianxia asked in a deep voice. Is that so? He nodded and said, It seems that you have a certain understanding of the devil world. The people you killed in the Tiandang Mountains last time were my men. So, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road, Xianxia said. The cold air in his body spread out, and his strength kept increasing. Xiao Hong, Fei and I, and Bei Xiaonan also began to activate their elemental energy, preparing to attack. Although enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road, Shang said in surprise. You killed my people. Why do you look like you have a deep hatred for me? It doesn't matter who has a grudge against whom, Xianxia said. You're blocking my way now, so you have a deep hatred for me. He raised his hand and formed a series of hand seals in the air. Suddenly, a purple lightning condensed into a sword and suddenly slashed out. Yi's expression was cold as he looked at the sword light coming straight for him. If she was in the realm of heavenly martial arts, this kind of thing condensed by the realm power would be extremely harmful to her. However, this was the 6 paths of space, and there was no such thing as realm power. Be it purple lightning or green lightning, they were all just pure energy. Yuan used the magic tree's golden wheel to block in front of her. A golden light bloomed, turning into the shadow of a dancing tree. Under the power of the world, the ancient tree, the golden light, and the beautiful woman in the black robe formed a beautiful picture. Boom! The sword of purple lightning struck the power of the world in front of the golden wheel and let out a muffled thunder. Purple light kept exploding, but it could not penetrate through. You can't even break through the power of this world. How are you going to pass through? He sneered. All of a sudden, a black streak of light shot toward him. It was Xiao Hong who was driving the AMO wheel. A terrifying and chaotic power poured down like a landslide. This was because Xiao Hong was also losing control of the AMO wheel. She had expended too much mental and physical energy just now, so she could only grit her teeth and go on a killing spree. Boom! The AMO wheel treasure slashed at the barrier of the magic tree's golden wheel and let out a deafening hiss. The terrifying power of the 12 fortune wheels spun rapidly and continuously cut into the barrier, trying to saw it open. Shocked, Xiao took a deep breath and summoned his ally Xingang again, then slashed out with the axe in both hands. Boom! The axe struck the golden barrier and immediately pierced through it. Under the combined attacks of the two, the swaying shadows of the trees began to sway. The gears on the golden wheel rotated, turning into shadows that filled the sky. Yuan's figure was also in a trance. It's useless. At this level, it's impossible to pass through me. Even though the power of the world was suppressed, it was still like an iron wall blocking the way. No matter how the two of them used their MO weapons, there was little effect. Phoenix dancing in the 9 heavens. Just as the three of them were in a stalemate, a heavenly phoenix phantom spiraled down. Faney formed a seal with both hands and struck the barrier, breaking it with a loud boom. A huge impact force swept out, rolling forward and shaking. Yuan was taken aback. Under the power of the stormy waves, her figure flickered continuously and she retreated several thousand feet. When he was about to retreat again, a golden light suddenly bombarded over. Baiming Nan had appeared behind her and attacked her back with all his might. You sneak attacked a woman. Do you still have any shame? With a clatter, he turned around, grabbed the spear, and thrust it forward. Swish! Baiming Nan's illusionary light was directly pierced through by the long spear. Pierced through the tip of the fist and went up. Beifeng Nan grimaced in pain, his forehead covered in cold sweat. His entire arm was pierced by the spear, and the demonic chi shot out through his shoulder. Bang! A large amount of blood burst out from his shoulder, and his right arm drooped down. Yuan snorted coldly and turned around again. She formed an incantation gesture with one hand and slapped toward the aftershock of the three people's joint attack. With a rumble, all the attacks were completely dispersed. He's still too weak. So what if he broke through the whirling world? Can he get past me? The referee sneered, and once again turned his hand to slap Beifeng Nan, who was not far away. A palm print condensed in the void and suddenly struck down. Beifeng Nan was shocked. He turned around and left, not caring about the injury on his arm. However, as soon as the escape light rose, it was hit by the palm print. With a bang, it was sent flying, and blood was thrown into the air. Sir Jinan! Xiao flew into a rage as he rushed forward and caught Baiming Nan. The illusory light all over his body was scattered, and the demonic chi all over his body was moving up and down as he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Your Excellency, please enter the Divine Realm tablet to rest for a while. Xiao's face was grim, and Baiming Nan had been his comrade for the longest time. He was an upright man who valued friendship. Fortunately, she had not used her full strength in that palm strike, and Yuan had only slapped it casually. Moreover, he had been fighting with the 3 dragon children for a long time, so his strength had decreased. Otherwise, Baiming Nan's life would be in danger. Without waiting for Baiming Nan to speak, Xiao forcibly sent him into the Divine Realm tablet, his eyes filled with killing intent. Yuan grabbed the golden wheel of the magical tree with her right hand and placed it in front of her. She said indifferently, "You don't have to look at me like that. The strong should speak with their strength and not with their eyes. You only have sharp eyes. Can I understand that you are already powerless against me?" Xiao's eyes immediately calmed down as he said coldly, "You'll know soon enough. I'll make you pay the price." Yuan's calm face revealed a rare trace of ridicule, as if she looked down on this kind of boastful person from the bottom of her heart. "Husband, leave this demoness to me. You go and help those 3 crawlers," Fei and I said angrily. They were both creation realm existences, but she was far inferior to Yuan, and she was extremely annoyed. At this moment, when she spoke rudely and looked down on Xiao, she was so angry that her anger burned all over her. "Step back," Xiao said calmly. "Be careful." "What?" Fanny was stunned for a moment and said, "Husband, why are you so angry?" Suddenly, she saw Xiao raise his hand, and a sword beam seemed to shuttle through her body, piercing through her flesh and appearing. She panicked and cried out, "Husband, if you use that sword chi, you won't be able to withstand." Xiao's face turned ferocious as he said, "At most, I won't be able to withstand it, but she will definitely die under the sword." Even though he had never used that sword, He was confident that as long as he used the master of the ups and downs, he would die. However, whether he was still alive was an unknown. Moreover, he had also calculated that if he attacked from a certain angle, Zhuokuan would also be drawn into the attack. Even if he didn't die, he would be heavily injured. At that time, the chances of killing Zhuokuan would be extremely high. Husband, you can't. That sword is too terrifying. Fanny's face was pale. She was already injured and now, she was so scared that her face was drained of blood. Move! He shouted. Yun Xiao shouted in a deep voice, forcing Fanny and Xiao Hong to retreat. Then, without saying anything, he raised his hand and clenched his fingers in front of him. A circle of sword chi overflowed from his palm, emitting a brilliant radiance. Fanny covered her mouth and retreated in shock, her eyes filled with worry and fear. That day, outside Yanwu, Yun Xiao had only tried out his sword, but he had already collapsed. Now that he was seriously injured, the consequences of forcefully using a sword were hard to predict. She was ready to rush over and save Yun Xiao at all costs if anything unusual happened. Xiao Hong's face was filled with shock as well. Feeling the terrifying sword intent, she said in a trembling voice, "What kind of sword is this? A heavenly saint artifact?" Yi's face darkened as he exclaimed, "Didn't you say that you can't use the power of the heavenly saint tool?" Yun Xiao did not answer, but just stared at her coldly. More and more sword beams shot out of his body. Very quickly, the illusory image of a sword was formed. A powerful force spread out, as if it was an entire world. Under the pressure, countless stone pillars were crushed into powder. Yuan's expression changed drastically. At this moment, the sword's body had yet to reveal itself, but the pressure of the weapon's accumulation that it erupted with caused her heart to tremble. What's going on? Zhuokuan's group of 4, who were fighting intensely in the distance, also couldn't help but stop and look at him. Qi's entire body trembled as he said in shock, "It's that sword Qi." When he fought with Yun Xiao earlier, he had vaguely sensed a powerful sword Qi lurking in the latter's body, so he had stopped because he was worried. Could it be a heavenly saint artifact? Jinglong was shocked. Qi nodded and said, "It should be. Other than a heavenly saint tool, there was no other profound level tool with such a terrifying aura. But I heard that the heavenly saint tool of the heavenly martial realm is the divine realm tablet, right? Why did it appear in the form of a sword? A heavenly saint tool is created by the world's power, so it's not strange for it to be able to change into a myriad of forms," Jing said. "That must be the case," Qi said with a sudden realization. Zhuokuan's eyes widened in disbelief. He had seen the divine realm tablet before and had all sorts of exchanges with the previous realm king. He was different from the country bumpkins like Qi. He was 100% sure that the sword that was about to take shape in Yun Xiao's hand was by no means the divine realm tablet. What's going on? What is that? Zhuokuan's eyes were wide open, but the sword Qi was formless and tangible, making it difficult to identify it. He couldn't even be sure if a sword really existed. Yun Xiao's entire body trembled as the endless sword light shot out. The scene of the sword test outside Yanwu that day emerged in his mind. At that time, his entire body was sucked dry by the sword force, and he collapsed before he could even form a sword shape. He immediately sealed all his meridians to prevent his spiritual energy from being instantly exhausted. As the sword Qi in his body continued to burst out, he could clearly feel that the sword in his dantian was constantly revealing its true form. It was as if thousands of knives were piercing through his meridians, and thousands of lacerations and pain emerged in his body. It was so painful that he couldn't make a sound. Boom! A huge explosion came from his hand. Thousands of sword lights condensed into one point, emitting a bright light. What kind of sword is this? Zhuokuan's entire body was dumbfounded. As the sword light flickered, he suddenly reacted and shouted, "Be careful! Quickly run!" His voice was extremely penetrating and reverberated through the entire six-path space. However, Yuan turned around with a bitter expression. How could she not know the danger? How could she not know how to escape? But Yun Xiao's divine sense had been locked on her, and even the sword seemed to have sensed it and locked on to her. Zhuokuan was stunned. He looked at Yuan's bitter expression and immediately realized that she couldn't escape. Zhuokuan felt his entire body turn cold. He was too far away to personally feel the threat of the sword. But no matter how he thought about it, he could not understand what kind of profound-level weapon could completely lock a demon venerable, making it impossible for him to escape. Zhuokuan's expression darkened. He instantly shifted to Yuan's side, and an indescribable pressure descended upon her. He immediately empathized with Yuan's predicament. "What are you doing here? I'll save you. You can't save me. This sword is too evil. Run. Don't talk nonsense. Let's work together." The two of them quickly finished their conversation. Zhuokuan's body began to emit a faint green flame. It was the yellow spring nether fire that was burning to its limit. The Agama bone cleaver in his hand had also doubled in size, and the terrifying saber chi was rising steadily. The two forces surged from Zhuokuan's body, forming two distinct barriers. Under the influence of these two powers, Yuan's emotions calmed down, and the fear that lingered in her heart was completely dispelled. Her calm face was moved as she said, "Thank you," he said. Zhuokuan was expressionless as he stared at the saint's sword that had already taken shape. He gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry, we can handle it. Even if there's something strange about this sword, Yunxiao's strength is obvious, and he can't kill us." He stretched out his left hand and held Yuan's right hand tightly, their fingers intertwined. As if she had gained infinite power, Yuan strengthened her belief. A golden light flashed on her left hand, and the golden wheel of the magic tree began to spin rapidly, developing the whirling world. Yunxiao looked at the two of them with cold eyes as the sword shadow in his dantian gradually disappeared and finally reappeared in his palm. The sword was 3 feet and 7 inches long, wide and heavy, green and white like the moon, but the hilt was as dark as ink, with a golden sword eye. From the head of the sword to the guard of the sword, it was a harmonious twin lotus. The sword force was smooth, and when it was quiet, golden and silver light floated on it, as magnificent as an emperor who looked down on the world. The tip of the sword was sharp, and the side blade was sharp. The sword chi broke through the 4th level, shattered the 8 desolates, and pierced the sky and the universe. He raised his eyes with great difficulty and faced the light that pierced his eyes, taking a good look at the sword. "This is my holy sword, the holy sword I forged." Under the sword force, Yunxiao could not control his body at all, and could only push the holy sword with great difficulty. As he brandished it, a sword shadow cut through the void. It was as if an endless power had crossed thousands of worlds. "Ask the vast earth, who is the master rise and fall." Boom! Hundreds of millions of stone pillars crumbled under the sword, and the entire 6 paths space trembled. Everyone felt lost and dazed, as if what they saw was no longer real, as if they were in a dream. The netherworld fire, the Agama blade realm, and the golden wheel of the magic tree, the defense formed by 3 extremely powerful forces, was barely holding on under the sword light. Zhuokuan and Yuan's eyes were filled with resolve. They no longer had any thoughts of life and death, and they burst out with all their strength. The two of them kept retreating under the immense pressure. Their bodies exploded, and demonic chi kept being separated from them. There were even 10 different types of evil spirits, but they were all annihilated by the sword chi. How can Ing Luo be so strong? Bang! The Agama danced in the air and disappeared from Zhuokuan's hand. The netherworld fire had long disappeared. The golden wheel of the magic tree was also extinguished by the golden light, and it was like a simple shield, protecting Yuan. Meanwhile, Yuan's body trembled violently, and a large amount of demonic fiends flew out from her body, as if they were about to collapse and degrade. Thousands of feet away from the two, the holy sword was dazed for a moment before it dissipated from Yunxiao's hand and returned to his dantian. Yunxiao felt as if his whole body had been torn to pieces, and a great pain hit him. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, which shot a few feet high, as if he had vomited out most of the blood in his body. "Husband! Yunxiao!" Fanny cried out hoarsely, then flew to Yunxiao's side in an instant and held him in her arms. Yunxiao felt that his body was empty. Not only was his energy and spirit gone, but even his energy and blood essence were gone. He had become a shell, as if he had lost his soul. The three sons of the dragon were dumbfounded. Their minds were completely petrified, and they had completely lost the ability to think. The strength of that power just now had even exceeded the scope of his understanding. No one understood what was going on. A moment of silence fell upon the 6 realms. It was so quiet that it was strange and unreal. Then, everyone felt a flash before their eyes, and their bodies were immediately pulled out of the 6 spaces, returning to the land of 10,000 spirits. Ah! Suddenly, Yuan let out a blood-curdling screech, and a large amount of demonic qi burst out from her body. 10 directional brutal souls kept struggling out of her body. When she was in the 6-path space, she was protected by the space, but now, as soon as she appeared in the land of 10,000 spirits, she was suppressed by the realm power. The terrifying realm power pressed down on her, adding insult to injury, and instantly defeated her. Yuan! Shuokuan's entire body trembled, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He hurriedly held Yuan and said in a trembling voice, "Hold on! You must hold on!" He stretched out his hand and took the magic tree golden wheel, desperately pouring his demonic qi into it, but there was no movement. Even Zhuokuan's body was emitting large amounts of demonic qi. His energy was slowly being transformed into low-level demonic matter and was being degraded. "It's no use." Yuan bitterly stretched out her hand and touched Zhuokuan's face. She softly said, "You don't have enough power now to activate the golden wheel of the magic tree. Give up on me. Eat me now and I can heal your injuries. That way, we'll be together forever and never be separated again." "No! I must save you." Zhuokuan's eyes were as red as blood, and his face was filled with malevolence. He picked Bai up and said, "You must hold on. I'll take you back to the devil realm now. It's too late." Yuan stopped her and said anxiously, "I can't hold on for that long. Eat me and you'll have strength. Then you can take Yunxiao and Xiaohong. Then, you'll become a holy demon and a demon master of the new generation. Don't say any more. I'll definitely save you," Zhuokuan roared. His left hand formed a seal and patted Yuan's chest, giving her the little demonic aura he had. With a flash, he turned into a demonic light and left. Holding Yunxiao in her arms, Fanny's face was filled with anger. But at first sight, the two of them were so in love. His heart couldn't help but soften, and he couldn't bear to chase them. However, Xiaohong's figure flickered, and the sound of the wheel of fortune spinning could be heard from her palm. The AMO will appeared in her hand, and she blocked Zhuokuan's path. She pointed her sword at him and coldly said, "Who allowed you to leave?" Zhuokuan's body couldn't help but tremble as he gritted his teeth. "Move!" he shouted. "Do you think that's possible?" Xiaohong said coldly as she held her sword. "Quickly get out of the way!" Zhuokuan cried out in pain. If he delayed any longer, he might not be able to make it back to the devil realm. Xiaohong's heart was as hard as stone. She said coldly, "Since you like her, why don't you follow her? You won't have any regrets if you die with the person you like. Right?" Swish! The Dharma will stabbed forward, and the huge demonic light was like a blade that cut through the sky. It was like the sad song of the end, the death knell that led to the end. "Let's go. Quickly leave." Yuan was anxious and hit Zhuokuan's body with all her might, but the other party was as firm as a rock. He didn't want to move half a step. Instead, he faced the sword glow head-on. Swish! The power of the AMO will pierced through Zhuokuan's chest. Zhuokuan's footsteps suddenly came to a stop, and he stood in the air without moving. Xiaohong furrowed her brows and stood with her sword in her hand, looking on coldly. The 3 dragon sons were also moved by it, and they didn't move at all. "Just eat me," Richard cried. "Everything will be fine after you eat me, and we will never be separated again." Zhuokuan suddenly smiled and nodded. "All right, we'll never part again." A look of disgust flashed across Xiaohong's cold face. "You filthy man. You can't escape your selfish heart that's afraid of death. She raised her hand, and the sword momentum rose again. Xiao Hong's body suddenly stopped in its tracks, and a look of shock appeared on its face. Yuan's voice was also heard. What are you doing? Zhuokuan's body began to fade as he slowly fused into Yuan's body. He looked at the person in his arms lovingly, his face filled with kindness. Yuan was anxious and struggled with all her might, but she couldn't break free no matter what. She couldn't help but cry, "Stop it! You're going to die. Didn't you say that you'll fuse together and never separate?" Zhuokuan smiled indifferently. "This way we won't be separated." Richard cried, "I'm asking you to eat me. You still want to step into the World King realm and strive for that higher realm. You're the man who wants to rule the world and roam the universe. Without you, what's the use of me ruling the world?" Zhuokuan asked. "I won't allow you to do this." Yuan's injuries had healed, and her strength had surpassed Zhuokuan's, so she immediately tried to stop him. "I've already allowed myself to completely degrade." Zhuokuan frowned and said, "As a demon commander, you should understand that this process is irreversible. Even if you don't want my devil essence, I can't live anymore. Why waste it? I'm still hoping to use your body to pursue that higher realm." Yuan's shoulders trembled violently, and she was already sobbing. He was unable to stop Zhuokuan's descent. It wasn't that he couldn't, but that he no longer wanted to. This process was already irreversible. She didn't want to waste a single drop of his devil essence. At this moment, she only hoped that he would be with her completely and forever. "I'll definitely fulfill your wish," Yuan cried. "I'll let you feel the existence of the Saint Demon realm and even higher realms through my body." Zhuokuan lovingly stroked her long hair with a faint smile. This smile was his best expression. His final voice and answer were forever frozen there, not going away for a long time. Xiao Hong looked on quietly, but the AMO will did not slash down. She let out a long sigh, and the MO weapon in her hand disappeared, because at this time Yuan had already recovered. Even if it was somewhat unstable, the devil essence fluctuations coming from her body were only stronger than before. It would be meaningless for her to make another move. Xiao Hong and Fei and I looked at each other. Both of them had the same thought: it was not good to stay here any longer. Currently, Yuan was still in a daze, while Zhuokuan's figure continued to fade away. However, his figure was indifferently fixed in the sky, like smoke and clouds. He didn't dissipate so quickly. Yuan looked at it with infatuation, and her entire person seemed to have turned into stone. She didn't dare to touch the cloud of smoke, afraid that Zhuokuan would disperse at the slightest touch. She just watched it quietly, hoping that time would stop forever, until the end of time. Fanny sighed and said, "Let's go. I used to hate her, but now that she's so pitiful, I don't hate her anymore." Xiao Hong nodded and said, "As long as Zhuokuan's image is still there, she won't move. We'll have enough time to escape." Fanny said, "The purpose of this trip has not been achieved. Qiu and the crocodile are still missing. Perhaps they went to the pit they mentioned." He didn't know what a world pit was and where it was. "Let's go back to Yanwu first and discuss further." Just as the two of them were about to leave, their bodies suddenly trembled and they immediately became alert. Not far away, Luanyu, Shilong, and Yuan Long were standing quietly with dozens of true spirits behind them. They were all looking at them coldly. Fei and I and Xiao Hong's expressions changed drastically, and they knew that this was bad. Qi and the other two dragon sons' expressions also changed greatly as they stared at Luanyu with anger and killing intent. "This is really interesting," Luanyu said with a fake smile. His tone was extremely cold, and his green dragon eyes flickered with excitement. He couldn't help but lick his lips, as if everything in front of him was already in his grasp. Yuan shouted happily, "3 brothers, well done. This time, Li Yunxiao can't escape even if he has wings." The 3 dragon children's faces were ashen. Qi even gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Idiot!" In addition to Li Yunxiao, Luanyu was also the murderer of 3rd brother. "What are you saying, 4th brother?" Yuan was shocked. Blazing Oi came from nowhere, knowing that he couldn't persuade this idiot. He immediately scolded. If I'd known this earlier, I would have killed you before the land of 10,000 spirits even opened, so that you wouldn't be helping the evildoer. Fourth brother, you're hurting the relationship between us brothers by saying that, Yuan said unhappily. Blaze was so angry that he was wailing. He wanted to kill someone but was stopped by Jing and Mang. Jing sighed. He's just like that. No matter how angry you are, it's useless. We should think about what to do now. Qi's expression changed slightly. With the three of them in their current condition, they were definitely not the opponents of Luanyu, Shilong, and the others. If Yuan could switch sides, they might be able to fight, but that was obviously impossible. Luanyu comforted Yuan and said, "The three of them have always been muddle-headed. You know that. After we kill Yunxiao and avenge your third brother, we'll take the three of them back and teach them a good lesson." The three people's expressions changed drastically when they heard this, and they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. If he was brought back, the outcome could be imagined. His dragon essence would most likely be extracted and become the drug primer for his failure to resist the 5 decays of heaven and man. Yuan nodded his head seriously and said, "Father is right. The three of them were so angry that they wanted to rush up and beat him to death. Fei and I and Xiaohong were panicking. Even though they were both leaders of their own territories, the difference in power between them was too obvious. There was no chance for them to turn the tables. They could not help but feel anxious." Xiaohong calmed down and replied, "The three dragon sons seem to be facing a great enemy. Why don't we join forces with them? Maybe we'll have a chance." Feini nodded her head and looked over. Who knows if it was intentional or not, or if Qi and the others did it on purpose. Their gazes also happened to be cast over. The two of them looked at each other and immediately understood each other's thoughts. They could not help but nod. How could this scene escape Luanyu's eyes? He chuckled and said, "LT's really strange. Yuan, look at your three useless brothers. At this moment, he wants to join hands with Yunxiao's men to deal with us." Yuan's eyes were filled with anger. "My three brothers?" he shouted. "Are you all out of your minds? Wah! I really want to tear you apart." They were in a dire situation and would die if they weren't careful. This stupid thing was still helping the enemy. "Since fourth brother says so," Yuan said angrily. "It's just as father said, you're stubborn. In that case, I can only join hands with royal father and capture my brothers first. Before the land of 10,000 spirits opens, I should have killed this brat first." Qi gritted his teeth and said, "It's too late now," Jing said. "If we work together with the Heavenly Phoenix and the others, we still have a chance to turn the tables. TSK, you guys are a disgrace to our dragon clan. The picture is too simple, so this king will do his duty as a father today." Luanyu sneered. The many true spirits behind him immediately roared wildly, and the aura on their bodies instantly soared. The killing intent that had just risen suddenly seemed to have frozen. The surrounding temperature did not drop, but everyone felt an unusually cold aura spreading in their hearts, almost freezing them all. Luanyu's expression changed as she looked at that Yuan in shock. He didn't move at all. His body was hidden in Zhuokuan's faint shadow, but his face was covered with a layer of frost. "Whoever dares to make another noise will die." Her words were filled with unparalleled cold killing intent, causing one to smver. When those true spirits went berserk, the space trembled and Zhuokuan's illusory figure became a little dazed. His figure had become much fainter, causing her eyes to turn red. Those true spirits had already entered her kill list and were already dead in her eyes. If not for the fact that she was unwilling to leave Zhuokuan's embrace, she would have already killed him. Luanyu was slightly shocked. He had also seen the scene just now. After Yuan had fused with Zhuokuan, not only had her injuries completely healed, but her aura had also reached an extremely terrifying level. He cupped his fists and said, "Sir, you must be the devil lord of the devil realm. I am Luanyu. Back then, Lord Zhuokuan was a good friend on the same battlefront. We had gone through life and death together, and we were like brothers. I didn't expect that after 100,000 years, we would be separated by heaven and earth, never to see each other again. It turns out that father also knows that person, and they have such a deep relationship, Yuan Jing said. Luan Yu secretly rolled her eyes at him and continued. Back then, Lord Zhuokuan's heroic bearing, wisdom, and courage were all worthy of admiration. The laughter, the voice and smile of pointing out the country, were like yesterday. Although it's like a dream, it's been passed down for thousands of years, sad and sorrowful. When it came to the emotional part, he couldn't help but wipe his eyes with his sleeve and continued. This Li Yunxiao harmed my beloved son, and now he has harmed Lord Zhuokuan. I, Luan Yu, swear that I will definitely kill him to avenge my lord. He said it firmly and with righteous indignation, full of anger and righteousness. The entire sky quieted down, and everyone watched him quietly. Luan Yu sneaked a glance at Yuan, but did not see any reaction from the other party, and could not help but mutter in her heart. He didn't know what Yuan's attitude was, and if he made a move, would it make her unhappy? Just as he was hesitating, Yuan finally spoke. I'll say it for the last time, all who make noise die. You coward! Luan Yu was furious. He had said so much with great emotion, but it was actually a waste of effort. However, the current situation was extremely good. The three dragon children, Fei and I, and Xiao Hong working together were barely able to match up to Yuri's side. Although Yuan also wanted to kill Yunxiao, she had become the guardian of the weaker side, making Luan Yu not dare to act rashly. Good. As the saying goes, the dead should be respected, let alone brother Zhuokuan. Luan Yu thought about it again and again, and felt that it was not appropriate to fight with Yuan. So she immediately said, for the sake of brother Zhuokuan, I'll let Yunxiao and the others live a little longer. Everyone, listen up and mourn for Lord Zhuokuan. He was the first to lower his head, his expression filled with grief. The true spirits also hung their heads, looking weak, and some even let out low, sorrowful cries. Fei and I was speechless and cursed. That's enough! I can't believe a true dragon like him has become like this. Xiao Hong shook her head. It's disgusting. The three dragon children seemed to have heard their conversation, and their faces were all hot and embarrassed. Regarding Mr. Zhuokuan's death, we are also helpless. Since Mr. Yuri is here to mourn for us, we won't disturb him and will take our leave. Everyone, goodbye. You want to leave? Humph. Luan Yu snorted coldly, his pained expression immediately turning murderous. Fanny sneered. Didn't my lord want to mourn? Do you dare to make a move here? Lord Zhuokuan's afterimage is about to disappear. Will you be able to take the consequences of angering this great aunt? Luan Yu was slightly surprised. She looked in the direction of Xiang Yuan and saw that Zhuokuan's shadow was indeed getting fainter and fainter. Yuan's emotions seemed to have started to fluctuate. Her face was filled with pain, reluctance, and despair. Let's go. Just as Luan Yu was distracted, Fanny and Xiao Hong blinked at each other and turned into a ray of light, flying away. Chase! Luan Yu was taken aback. She could not let Yunxiao run away with this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even if he had to let the three dragon sons go for the time being, he had to take down Yunxiao. But at the same time, he was afraid of offending Yuan. So he said in a deep voice, be careful. Don't let the energy fluctuations be too great. If all of the true spirits were to charge forward at the same time, they would be in deep trouble if Zhuokuan's projection were to be dispersed by the shockwaves. The group of people carefully turned into streaks of light and purposely made a detour before they chased after Fei and I and Xiao Hong. In the misty clouds, there were hundreds of martial artists sitting cross-legged around a huge water mirror. Each of them made a hand seal and entered the mirror light. Nanxiu Yu stood with her hands behind her back and looked on quietly, but her expression was not good. This heaven-peaking mirror shadow technique was completely different from ordinary water mirror techniques. It was a supreme mystical power. Within a certain range, as long as there was light spilling out, it could completely capture the image, which had nothing to do with the cultivation of the martial artist. For ordinary water mirror arts, if the person peeking at it was powerful, they would be affected by the spatial fluctuations and would not be able to see clearly, or it could be said that they would not be able to form at all. However, even this mirror image technique was completely useless just now. All it projected was a dense black light, dark and without the sun and moon. She had never encountered such a situation before, and it made her anxious as she paced back and forth. The scene just now happened to be the fierce confrontation between Xianxia's 3,000 worlds and the 6 demonic weapons, which had even broken the sky-peaking mirror shadow. "All right, he's appeared. It's repaired." Suddenly, a few exclamations rang out, and the hundreds of figures immediately began to clamor, all breathing a sigh of relief. "Don't slack off," Nanxiu hurriedly shouted. "The mirror image has just recovered and is not stable enough. Continue to use the incantation seals to strengthen the formation." The images were blurry, but he could still see a lot of them. The people repairing the mirror didn't dare to delay, and continued to cast incantations into the mirror light. Nanxiu's eyes shot out a sharp light as she stared at the light screen. After a while, the figures in the light screen moved and quickly dispersed, leaving only Yuan's figure standing there alone. It was as if he wanted to embrace Shukuan, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not hold onto the already blurry figure. The atmosphere in ethereal clouds turned heavy. Everyone was silent, as if waiting for Nanxiu to make a decision. "Do you guys think that Yingluo should go and save Feini and Xiaohong?" After a long while, Nanxiu finally spoke, her tone hesitant. He turned around and looked at the elders behind him. "I want it. Of course we have to save him." The illusory light of the chains of law flickered in the sky, and Zhuo Qingfan's figure appeared. His ashen face was filled with rage as he said coldly, "Saving the two of them is the same as saving Li Yunxiao. Yunxiao is the leader of the Heavenly Martial Alliance. If he dies here, you won't be the only ones in trouble, but the entire Heavenly Martial Realm." A red-robed elder said, "It's reasonable to save him, but how?" Luan Yu is leading 2 Creation Realm experts and dozens of True Spirit Realm experts to chase after them. Can our natural moat ocean stop such a force? Zhuo Qingfan immediately said, "The location of the Heavenly Palace is illusory. Lure Feini and Xiaohong in, then use the formation to confuse Luan Yu and the others. We can also ask for help from Yanwu, and reinforcements will come soon." "Childish," the elder sneered. If he wanted to bring the 2 of them into the Heavenly Palace, he had to show himself. Once they appeared, it was impossible to shake off the Yuri family's pursuit. Besides, you've overestimated the defense of the Heavenly Palace. Can it last until the experts of Yanwu arrive? I don't think it's possible. "The world is in trouble now," Zhuo Qingfan said coldly. "If the devil race invades, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. Not only did you guys refuse to take responsibility, but you also refused to help. Besides, if Yunxiao dies, Yanwu will be in an uproar, and the fact that you left him to die will be exposed. It's hard to guarantee that Yanwu will not vent its anger on you." "What a joke!" the elder rebuked. "Do you think we're afraid of Yanwu? Moreover, why should I save him? Just because he was the leader of the Heavenly Martial Alliance?" The natural mode ocean had not been involved in worldly affairs for a long time, so they had no interest in these things. "If you don't want to save us, you don't have to reason with us." He was clearly really angry. "Old man," Zhuo Qingfan cursed angrily. "Pig brain. If the Heavenly Martial Union collapsed, no one in the world would be able to resist the demonic army. At that time, you will also have to kneel in front of the demons and call them father. You're not interested in worldly affairs? I think you're brainless. After cultivating in seclusion for so long, your intelligence has all dropped. You dare to scold me?" The elder shot to his feet, his eyes filled with killing intent. He glared at Zhuo Qingfan like a venomous snake. "Hee hee. You're so powerful, sir," Zhuo Qingfan said with a smile. "I was so scared." "You coward." The elder was furious and was about to make a move when he was immediately pulled down by the people around him. "I wouldn't have scolded you if I was afraid of you," Zhuo Qingfan sneered. "Since I dare to curse, I naturally won't provoke an ant like you." Nanxiu's head hurt and she quickly advised, all right, let's stop talking. What was the point of conflict at this time? Quickly think about whether to save the two of them or not. I'm wrong. I'm going to save her and Yunxiao, as well as the many experts in the Divine Realm tablet. I think he can be saved, Qin Fei said. Lord Zhua Qingfan is right. Li Yunxiao can't die. The rest of the elders also began to discuss amongst themselves. They've all had different opinions. Let's stop discussing and vote, Nanxiu said. Save or not to save. Soon all the elders expressed their stand. Most of them gave up and felt that it did not matter. The remaining people who voted to save him won by a slight margin. The face of the elder who suggested not to save him turned ashen. He couldn't hold it in anymore and said angrily, "Have you all really thought it through? Saving Yunxiao is not only a matter of whether he has the ability or not, but it is also very likely to affect the major affairs of our sect. Since the result is out, Elder Zhang, there's no need to say anything more," Nanxiu said. As for the result, he would do his best. If Li Yunxiao dies, it will indeed have a great impact on our sect and the whole world. Elder Zhang snorted in anger and left with a flick of his sleeves, no longer paying attention to the crowd. Nanxiu, Zhua Qingfan was overjoyed. I've known you for so many years. This is the happiest I've ever seen you make me happy. It's everyone's responsibility to see the rise and fall of the world. Nanxiu smiled bitterly. I'll let Lord Sukong out now, and you can go to Yanwu and get help. I'll try my best to stall for time. With that, several incantation seals were sent into the sky, shaking the nomological light up and down. With a whoosh, it disappeared. Without another word, Zhua Qingfan disappeared into the horizon. Nanxiu looked at the huge mirror image and immediately ordered, "Open the gate of the heavenly palace and fully activate the misty cloud formation." After giving the order, his figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. He actually wanted to personally welcome the two girls. In the sky above the sea, white clouds suddenly rolled. The originally clear sky suddenly became a vast expanse, like fog and illusion. Feini and Xiaohong were startled and stopped in midair, looking ahead in shock. Why is there a sudden change in the weather? Is there an ambush ahead? Feini asked in shock. How's that possible? Xiaohong chuckled. We've just come out of the land of 10,000 spirits, and this is the North Sea. Not to mention that it was impossible for there to be an ambush. Even if there was one, they would be courting death. Moreover, the weather above the four seas is unpredictable, and there are even weirder celestial phenomena. Feini was a little embarrassed and said, "So that's the case. Younger sister is really experienced and knowledgeable. My sister is rarely out at sea, so she feels a little strange. In that case, let's go. Furthermore, these clouds are truly strange in number. They can also block the ruling plume for a while." Xiaohong laughed bitterly and shook his head. "It's just a few clouds. How can they stop a true dragon? Don't say any more. Let's continue." The two of them talked for a while and recovered some strength before flying into the clouds. As soon as they stepped inside, their expressions changed. "How is that possible?" Xiaohong exclaimed in shock. As soon as he entered the clouds, his sense of direction instantly disappeared, as if he was lost within. "There's indeed an ambush," Feini said in a deep voice, "but it's indeed strange. It shouldn't be someone from Yuri clan. Then who is it? There shouldn't be anyone capable of trapping us on the North Sea," Xiaohong said. "Hehe, I wouldn't dare to say that I've trapped him. I'm just using a small trick to help the two of you." Within the misty cloud formation, a golden light appeared, and Nanxiu walked out, stroking her beard and smiling. "Lady Nanxiu," Feini was shocked and overjoyed. "That's me," Nanxiu replied with a smile. "I heard that the two Darren are in trouble, so I specially came to welcome you." His eyes fell on Yunxiao, who was in Feini's arms, and he said, "Is young Master Yun all right?" "Thank you for your help, my lord," Feini said happily. Her husband had only fainted from exhaustion and was not in any serious condition. "I'll be fine after a short rest." "That's good," Nanxiu said, relieved. "Follow me." The two of them were overjoyed and followed behind Nanxiu, quickly disappearing into the misty cloud formation. Fanny said, "There are still many experts from the Heavenly Martial Union in the Divine Realm tablet. However, my husband is unconscious at the moment. They can't come out for the time being. As long as husband can wake up, we can summon them to fight the enemy together." "That's good," Nanshoyu nodded. In fact, he was still a little worried. After all, he was the one who had led Yunxiao into the land of myriad spirits. And if he knew about it, he did not know what kind of storm it would cause. Yunxiao's control over the Divine Realm tablet was much better than before. In the past, the strength of Duanmu and the others was enough to break out of the void, but now it was a complete and solid world, and they could not get out without absolute power. The three of them took a few steps in the clouds and completely disappeared. In just a moment, Luanyu and the others caught up. Staring at the misty sea of clouds, their faces sank. "Father, there seems to be a problem with Yun Xianxian," Yuan Jing said. Luanyu sneered and said, "A bunch of ignorant people. Can this kind of insignificant skill stop me? However, this seat is rather curious. Those two girls definitely didn't have the time to set up a formation at the last minute. Who did this? No matter who did it, anyone who dares to go against me is courting death," Yuan said. "Let this child break this formation." Luanyu nodded and said, "Perhaps it was here since early in the morning and just happened to be borrowed by those two girls. This formation is indeed quite unique. It actually concealed the auras of those two girls. The person who set up this formation must have some skill." Yuan's eyes turned cold, and the dragon chi in his body instantly burst out, forming a storm outside his body. Under the rotation, it turned into a saber shadow and slashed straight. Boom! The sky was clearly split open, and the white clouds in front of him were split into two. In the center was a bottomless crack. The white clouds churned violently, and as the crack continued to expand, they spread to both sides. However, it stopped after a short while. The white clouds were still and unmoving, but they had transformed into two seas of clouds. Yuri and Abyssa's expressions turned ugly. "Yu Xian, you're the spirit of wind gathering." Yuan suddenly shouted, "Blow away these clouds." "Yes," a green-skinned true spirit behind him replied. His body was like a hunchbacked old man with a row of bone spikes on his back. Yu Xian walked forward and activated his origin power. The surface of his body was instantly covered with a layer of green mist. His mouth and tongue were like a bird's beak. The bone spurs behind him instantly straightened. His large hand, which was like a futon, formed a seal in front of his body and struck out fiercely. Hoo-hoo! A burst of green wind surged between heaven and earth and turned into hundreds of tornadoes, overwhelming the sky and earth as they rushed toward the misty cloud formation. The two clouds were blown thousands of feet away before they stopped, but they didn't dissipate. The green wind also blew into the clouds and disappeared. Beads of sweat appeared on Yu Xian's face. He had tried his best, but the results had been minimal. He was afraid that Yuan would blame him for being dissatisfied. "This thing is like marshmallow," Yuan shouted. "I can't get it open no matter what. Father, what should we do now?" Luanyu said with a gloomy face. "These clouds must be supported by an extremely powerful formation. That's why they don't scatter. Since that's the case, let's enter this formation. I don't believe a mere bewildering formation can trap me." The group of people stepped into the formation and immediately felt their five senses lost, and their divine sense was difficult to distinguish. "It's a pity that Big Brother's consciousness isn't clear," Yuan said in a deep voice. "Otherwise, with his divine power, the five dragons' sky-ripping hell, he would definitely be able to break this strange maze." Shilong followed behind the two, his face blank as if he didn't hear anything. Luanyu turned around and glanced at him indifferently. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with a bright light and he said, "The five dragons' sky-ripping hell." Shilong seemed to have received an order. His body moved, and in a flash he rushed into the sky. Then, a dragon field opened up and pressed down on the clouds. Dragon light flickered in the dragon realm. Suddenly, five dragon silhouettes appeared. They seemed to descend from the sky and started to chase and spin around each other. "It's this move," Yuan was surprised and happy. It's this move. The 5 light dragons spoke in the dragon language and turned into balls of light that flew out. They formed a magnificent picture of 5 dragons spitting pearls in the sky. The pearls formed by the dragon language arranged themselves in a certain order and suddenly shattered. Dragon roars burst out from the diagram, and the entire sky shook. The sound waves turned into sharp astral winds that slashed in all directions like blades. The faces of the true spirits all changed, and they covered their ears with all their might, letting out painful cries from their throats. Yuxian's body was also trembling violently. The layer of green mist was like a defensive armor, and it was shaken by the sound waves. At this moment, tens of thousands of sword lights suddenly flew out from the clouds and slashed toward the 5 dragons. However, although the sword radiance was sharp, it was unable to get close to the dragon's body and was directly destroyed by the sound waves. Humph! Finally, you can't help but make a move. Luanyu laughed coldly and leaped up. Under his hand seals, a dragon seal fell from the sky, pressing down towards the clouds. Boom, boom, boom! A large patch of clouds crumbled and countless formation lights rose from all directions, exploding into vortexes. This was a sign that the formation had been broken. Above the heavenly palace, Nanxiu Yu and the others' expressions changed drastically. How could it be so fast? Originally, as soon as they entered the array, my heart was at ease, but I didn't expect that it would be broken in the blink of an eye. After all, there are 2 manifestation stage practitioners here. No matter how strong the formation is, it won't be able to stop them. It's only a matter of time before it's broken, but isn't it a little too fast? The elders in front of the square began to discuss among themselves as they looked at the huge water mirror. Many of them looked worried, and some of them even regretted saving Feini and Xiaohong. Feini was also worried. My lord, what should we do? Why don't we abandon the city and head to Yanwu? We'll be safe as long as we get back to Yanwu. No. The Heaven Palace has been the base of the heavenly moat ocean for countless years, and I would rather die than abandon it. An elder immediately refuted. The rest of the elders were also determined not to leave. Don't panic, everyone, Nanxiu Yu said. Although the natural moat ocean doesn't care about worldly affairs, the foundation it has accumulated over countless years is not something that can be compared to. He took out an item from his hand and a small mountain appeared in his palm. He could not help but look at Fei and I and smiled. Young Master Yun seems to have a profound level weapon called the 7-colored Tusida Heaven. Feini nodded gently and said, That's right. It's made from several types of mutated earth elements. The mountain in my hand is also an extremely powerful mutated earth element. Called Traceless, it could be used to block them. It's a pity that it's only one element. If I could have the cooperation of young Master Yun's Tusida Peak, I would be able to achieve half the result with twice the effort. Feini glanced at Yunxiao, who was still in a coma, and said worriedly, I'm afraid it's Ingluo. I'll try. Suddenly, a faint sound came out of Yunxiao's mouth. Arg! My husband! Feini was shocked and quickly went forward to check on his injuries. Yunxiao opened his eyes slightly. He was still extremely weak and barely breathing. I'm sorry. Yunxiao forced a smile and said, I've made you worry. Feini was both sad and happy. She said bitterly, Why would husband and Feini say such words? Help me up, Yunxiao said. His body was completely empty, as if he was only a skin bag. His spiritual energy was completely empty, and his meridians were like dried-up rivers, completely shriveled. Feini could clearly feel Yunxiao's skin shriveling when she touched it, and she could not help but feel her heart ache, and tears flowed down her face. Xiaohong was also shocked by how weak he was. She couldn't help but ask, What kind of sword is that? How could it suck you up to this point? Sword? What sword? Nanxiu Yu asked, frowning. He grew suspicious. The part where the water mirror image lost was when they were swept into the 6-path space, and he did not see who Yunxiao was using. By the time the video recovered, they could see that Zhuokuan and Qi were heavily injured. It's a long story. Yunxiao shook his head. I'll try to take out the Tusida Heavenly Peak first. Nanxiu Yu was taken aback. She had thought that his weakness was normal after exhausting his energy. But now, seeing how difficult it was for him to even retrieve a profound-level weapon, he finally understood that it was extraordinary. Fanny took out some pills and treasures and fed them to him, hoping that they would help him recover some strength. However, it was as if they had sunk into the ocean, and there was no reaction. Yun Xiao took a moment to recover, then raised his hand and tried to rotate his dantian. However, his dantian was empty. There was no power, not even demonic qi. He gritted his teeth and groaned. He bit the tip of his tongue to let his blood flow out and then swallowed it. Suddenly, a warm feeling flowed through his body, and a slight power of blood flowed into his meridians. It was only then that a faint light emerged from Yunxiao's palm, and the Tusada heavenly peak slowly flew out. That's great. Nanxiu Yu was overjoyed. If we have this as the formation eye, we can definitely trap that Yuri for a while. Yunxiao nodded slightly, then bit his fingertip and drew a few runes on the mountain. After sealing his divine sense, he gave it to Nanxiu Yu. At the same time, he exerted all his strength to take out the divine realm tablet. He had Bo Mu and the others inside come out. After doing all of this, his entire body went limp once more, and he felt as if the blood in his body had dried up. Fly away, you're so proud. When Chu Hongyan and the others came out and saw Yunxiao's weak state, they immediately understood and were all surprised. I'm fine, Yunxiao said weakly. I just need some time to recover. He said it lightly, but he also understood that it was relatively easy to recover his spiritual energy. The exhausted essence, qi, and spirit had not been recovered since he had refined them into floating state. It was as if the sword was pressing down on his dantian, blocking his self-recovery ability. You guys chat first, I'll go and stop that Luanyu, Nanxiu Yu said. He raised the traceless mountain in his hand, sent a few runes into it, and immediately broke through the air. Within the misty cloud formation, as the white clouds continued to disperse, the sky suddenly turned dark, and a large amount of dust appeared. The dust particles began to gather and form mountains with a radius of several hundred feet. Luanyu looked at him coldly and said in a cold voice, You only know how to play with some insignificant tricks? The person hiding in the dark. Wait for me to kill my way over, and I'll directly smash you into dust. The thousands of mountains seemed to be responding to Luanyu's words, and suddenly fell from the sky. The air was blasted with layers of air waves, and the entire sea was set off by the terrifying pressure, surging in all directions. Luanyu and the rest stood in the middle of the tens of thousands of mountain peaks, allowing the heaven and earth to turn upside down as the tens of thousands of mountains fell like rain. You want to suppress us with your strength? Dream on. Yuan Chen laughed. Boom! Boom! The mountains landed in the surroundings, shaking up a large amount of dust. An earth elemental enchantment appeared in the sky, and it was as if the power of the earth was pressing down. Shatter it! Luanyu shouted. Yes, Yuan replied. He clenched his fist, and dragon qi burst out in all directions. Then, a dragon light rushed into the sky. At the same time, a six-colored ray of light spun out of the sky and fell. Luanyu's eyes slightly widened as she warned, Be careful. He had seen the Tusada heavenly peak before. Back then, he did not dare to fight it head-on with his strength as a divine sovereign realm expert. Only those in the void realm could resist it. But with Yuan's power, it should not be a problem. Boom! Yuan's punch landed on the Tusada heavenly peak, causing the mountain to collapse and the earth to crack. Countless soil and rocks were sent flying. The six-colored light seemed to have been frozen, and the power of the punch actually managed to withstand the mountain. Yuan's expression changed, and he seemed extremely dissatisfied. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, What the hell is this? He felt that his punch should have shattered this earth elemental world. Yuan Meng gritted his teeth and poured more strength into his arm, increasing it by a little. The entire mountain suddenly shook violently, and cracks spread out like a spider web. The mountain peak finally couldn't take it anymore and exploded with a boom. It was as if the world had collapsed. The six-colored light dissipated and fell into the thousands of mountains. In the heavenly palace, in front of the water mirror's image, Fanny could not help but exclaim, "It actually shattered," Chu Hongyan said. "With Yuanlong's strength, it's normal for him to shatter the mountain with one punch. What I'm worried about now is that I don't know what else can stop them." Yunxiao frowned slightly as he watched. At his current level, the Tusada Heavenly Peak was indeed not of much use, but it was, after all, a profound level weapon that had accompanied him all the way here and had made a lot of contributions. She still felt sad when she saw it being destroyed by someone. "Everyone, don't worry and don't be sad," Nanxiu said. "The destruction of the Tushita Heavenly Peak was within my expectations, but I had no choice. Only when the 7 elements are combined can Sacred Mountain unleash the power of spirit trapping." In the water mirror, after the Tusada Peak exploded, a large amount of earth elements disintegrated and scattered into the surrounding mountains and valleys. The entire world was filled with a thick smell of dust, causing Luanyu and the others to frown. "What's going on?" Yuanlong was shocked. Although he had destroyed the Tusada Peak, he did not get rid of the whole predicament. On the contrary, the sealing power was even stronger than before. The countless mountains formed by the strange soil traceless had disappeared. Standing around them were a total of 7 huge mountains, giving off different lights. They actually fused together in the sky and condensed into a realm barrier. The 7-colored Tusada Peak? Wanyu was shocked, but it didn't feel like it. Regardless, the 7-colored earth elemental radiance was not much different from the 7-colored Tusada Heavenly Peak. Yuan Qi shouted loudly, flew up, and threw several punches. The dragon lights struck the 7-colored barrier, creating deep vortexes and causing Sacred Mountain to tremble. "Lady Nanxiu, you've been plotting against my Do Shui Heavenly Peak since the beginning." In the Heavenly Palace, Yunxiao stared at the light screen for a while and said coldly, "If I didn't do something from the start, how could the 7 earth elements fuse so perfectly?" Hee. Nanxiu smiled awkwardly and said, "I've been thinking about this ever since I saw young Master Yun's Tusada Sky Peak. This was because the natural moat ocean happened to have this piece of traceless strange soil, and it had been passed down along with the formation of 3 mountains 5 peaks. The formation also said that if you can gather all 7 types of mutant soil, the 3 mountains 5 peaks formation will be able to trap a spirit." Yunxiao nodded. "All techniques are connected. The principle of this array is most likely the same as the refining method of the Tusada Heavenly Peak. Judging from the power of the formation, it should be able to trap them for a while. I wonder if I can take back the 7 paths of strange soil." Nanxiu said, "Difficult. If Luanyu and the others scattered them, these earth elements would lose their special power and would probably directly condense into a mountain range, falling into the sea and forming a mountain-like island. It's a pity," Yunxiao sighed. "Although it's not as I wish, I can only do this." After saying that, he continued to use the 4 great divine arts to regulate his breathing. Moreover, he didn't care about anything else, and directly used it in front of everyone, which made everyone in the natural mode ocean look at him with their eyes wide open, hoping to see something. Although the 4 divine arts were wonderful, they were of little help to Yunxiao. He had been in this strange state ever since he made Master Floating. It's useless. That sword has merged with the mysterious space, and its power has already transcended a world. It will drag you down directly. Unless you can completely control the Shin methodology, you will not be able to control the sword. In the future, you will only be a burden on the Shin methodology." Suddenly, a man's voice rang out in his heart. It was so sudden and inexplicable that it gave Yunxiao a fright. "Who is it?" Me? I was just a little curious, so I came over to take a look." The voice chuckled, as if it was praising him. "You're not bad. If we can overcome the sword's weakness, then we might be able to break out of this realm and surpass the Realm King." Yunxiao was extremely shocked. He had only come to see out of curiosity when he heard the man's words. What was going on? Not only was he stunned, but he was also a little shocked and afraid. After all, no matter who it was, to suddenly find out that someone had directly entered your heart to take a look out of curiosity and even talk to you, that kind of feeling was really inconceivable and made one's hair stand on end. "Who the hell are you?" he shouted again. And where did it come from? Don't be so sneaky. The voice laughed and said, if you can break out of the realm of heavenly martial arts in the future, you may know who I am and where I came from. This sword wasn't something that you could have forged with your abilities, but since you managed to forge it by chance, then it's up to fate. Since this is the way of the heavens, I don't mind giving you a clear path. With your current strength, it is impossible for you to grasp the completion methodology. Other than that, there's another way to suppress the power of the sword, and that is to use the soul of the true dragon as the spirit to suppress the burden that the sword has on you. Otherwise, if you continue like this, your death is only a matter of time. The soul of a true dragon? Ruling plume. Xianxia was taken aback. The voice continued, although Luan Yu's strength has fallen, he is still a true dragon. Moreover, at his peak, he was one of the most powerful true dragons in history. If you don't like him, you can wait for the next true dragon to appear. It shouldn't be long now. Xianxia was shocked. The space-time coordinates given to him by the 100-wheel knot were indeed not far away. How did the person in her heart know? My lord, who are you? Are you a senior expert from the realm of heavenly martial arts? Xianxia immediately became respectful and said solemnly, if senior is an expert of this world, then now that we're facing a demonic tribulation, I hope senior can step forward and protect this world. Protect this world? Hee hee. The voice laughed without any emotion. It was just a pure laugh. This is not something I should care about, and I don't want to care. However, I can tell you that the root of the devil tribulation is still in the devil world. If you want to eliminate the hidden danger of the two worlds forever, you can go to the devil world after you have suppressed the sword and cultivated to the realm of World King. A trip to the devil world? Senior, Xianxia said in surprise. Can you say more? I've already said a lot, the voice said. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm happy to see that you're a good junior, I wouldn't have contacted you. That's all I have to say. Take care of yourself. Before you break through to the Realm King, we probably won't have the chance to contact each other again. Xianxia could tell that he was going to leave, so he said in a hurry, Senior, please wait a moment. I still have one more thing to ask. Where did Senior come from and enter my heart? The voice was silent for a while, and just when Xianxia thought he had left, the voice rang out again. This is just a wisp of my spiritual sense. You were the one who caught my attention when you swung that sword in the 6 realms. That's all I have to say. I won't say any more, I won't. The voice finally died down, and no matter how Xianxia called out, there was no reply. Xianxia felt a pang of discomfort in his heart, as if someone was peeking at him. This feeling was similar to when Che-Yu was around, but it was also different. At least he knew about Che-Yu's background. But this person was as mysterious as a tea egg. He had no clue at all. The only clue was that this person came from the 6 realms. If he wanted to see him again, he would have to go to the 6 realms. And from what he said, it seemed that he might not see him even if he went to the 6 realms. Also, this person's strength was very likely to have surpassed the World King realm. He wondered what kind of existence he was. Xianxia had a trace of nostalgia for the Supreme Realm. But there was no doubt that there was still a long way to go, and he didn't know if he could successfully overcome the crisis in front of him. The sword spirit? The soul of the true dragon. Xianxiao's eyes flickered, and the blood in his heart began to burn. I finally found a way to deal with this sword. It's just the soul of the Yuri. How can I get it? Now that Luan Yu was outside, forget about going out to extract his soul. As long as he didn't come in, he would be thankful. Feiyang, what's wrong? Chu Hongyan could not help but ask with concern when she saw that he seemed to be a little flustered. I'm fine. Xianxia shook his head and said, I'm fine. I'm thinking about how to deal with Yuri. Nanxiu said, they have 2 creation realm experts. Jiu himself is not far from the creation realm. With so many true spirit realm experts, the natural mode ocean will definitely not be able to hold on. We can only delay as much as possible and wait for the reinforcements from Yanwu. At this moment, a powerful light burst out from the 3 mountains' 5 peaks. The 7-colored formation light was unstable, and no one knew how long it could last. Lady Nanxiu, Yunxiao suddenly asked. Has Zhuo Qingfan been staying with you all this time? Nanqiuyu's heart skipped a beat, and she said, What's wrong? The rest of the elders were also shocked. These people were used to living in seclusion and only knew how to cultivate. Only Nanqiuyu could deal with the ways of the world. The rest of the elders' expressions changed, and the Heavenly Martial League immediately noticed the abnormality. But, Yunxiao said calmly, Zhuo Qingfan has been out for a long time and has not contacted me. He is very worried. Nanqiuyu was depressed. She knew that they had already seen through something, but she could not explain it. So she said, Young Master Yun, don't worry. Lord Sukong was indeed here with me just now, and we had a good chat. They've already returned to Yanwu to get reinforcements. That's good, Yunxiao said. I can finally rest assured. Even though he knew that there was more to it, it did not matter as long as Zhuo Qingfan was safe and sound. Nanqiuyu also heaved a sigh of relief. This matter seemed to have passed just like that. She said, Even if the reinforcements from Yanwu don't arrive, with you here, we should be fine. Bai Mingnan and the others nodded slightly and began to meditate, speeding up the recovery of their strength. Yunxiao took out a divine pill from his body. It was the only remaining one he had obtained from the Emperor Pill Tower. In his current condition, it would take at least 3 to 5 years to recover his strength. He could only find a way to rely on external forces. The pill dissolved as soon as it entered his mouth. A nebula-like energy spread out in his dantian and flowed into his meridians. His shriveled meridians were like rain after a long drought as they stretched out. Yunxiao's face was slightly flushed. At this moment, within the 3 mountains' 5 peaks, a large number of attacks landed on the 7-colored barrier like raindrops, and bottomless cracks appeared around the mountain. The 7-colored light kept changing. Damn it! We're really trapped. Luanyu began to worry. She had originally thought that the barrier would be easy to break, but after bombarding it for a while, although it caused the earth to shake and the mountains to shake, there was no sign of it breaking. Yuan's fighting spirit was still high, and he said loudly, Father, don't worry. Although this array is strong, as long as you keep attacking, you will be able to break it. Luanyu cursed in his heart. Idiot! If they were exhausted from the bombardment, those people hiding in the dark would counterattack and kill them. Then it would be us who would have to run for our lives. However, there were too many things he had to rely on Yuan for, so it was not convenient for him to scold too harshly. Yuan, you should rest for a while. There might be an even more intense battle later on, so let them do the breaking of the formation. He looked around and stared at one of the dark peaks. He pointed at it and said, Focus all your attacks on this mountain. Thank you for your concern, Father, Yuan replied after a brief pause. At the same time, he shouted, Listen to Father's orders, everyone. If you can't break this formation, I'll blow you all up. Those true spirits were all complaining and attacking the Montenegro gloomily. After Yuan stopped, the fluctuations of the entire formation became smaller. The true spirits gritted their teeth and attacked, but they only shook the Montenegro. The other 6 peaks were barely affected. Father, Yuan said worriedly, if we delay like this, will we give Yunxiao and the others a chance to catch their breath? Luanyu said, There's definitely panting, but they've all suffered such heavy injuries. It's not something that can be recovered in 10 days or half a month. What's there to be afraid of? You and I have to hold back our strength and wait to tear that group of people to pieces. His large dragon eyes flickered with killing intent, and he hated the person who set up the formation to the bone. What I'm most worried about now is that they will ask for help from the Heavenly Martial Union. If those people from Mysterious Separation Island rush over, then we will be in big trouble. He calculated and said, It'll take at least 4 or 5 days to get here from Yanwu without a teleportation formation. I'll give you 2 days to destroy this Montenegro in 3 days. If you can't do it, then there's no need for you to exist. The faces of the true spirits all turned pale as they attacked the Montenegro with all their might. Its strength was more than a few times stronger than before, and the Montenegro was constantly being shaken off. A bunch of wretches, Yuan cursed. If I don't give you some pressure, you'll just be putting in the effort. Those true spirits were filled with fear and bitterness. Feeling the killing intent from Yuri, they didn't dare to relax in the slightest. Some of them even crazily charged towards the Montenegro. This Montenegro was the weakest of the 7 mountains formed from mutant soil. Once it was broken, the entire formation would be greatly affected and lose its power. Boom! 2 days later, the Black Mountain in the Yuri Temple was almost completely damaged. He raised his hand and slashed out with a sword light. The true self non-phase sword power turned into a dragon and hit the Montenegro. Finally, the sky collapsed and the earth collapsed. The whole 7-colored light was unstable, and the wind and clouds surged. Boom, boom, boom! A large amount of soil and rocks on the mountain crumbled as the black light continued to shrink. The barrier of the 3 mountains' 5 peaks gradually turned from 7 colors to 6 colors. The true spirits widened their eyes and couldn't help but be overjoyed. Everyone was almost exhausted and the formation in front of them was about to break. They finally heaved a sigh of relief and fell to the ground, gasping for breath. In the heavenly palace, Nanxiu and the others were also on guard as they looked at the water mirror. Just as he was feeling anxious, a burst of laughter suddenly rang out in the square. Aha, we've finally arrived. Shui Qingfan's figure flickered, and he suddenly appeared with a smile on his face. Everyone was overjoyed, and Nanxiu hurriedly said, "The rescue is here." Shui Qingfan nodded. "Hurry up and activate the teleportation formation. They've been teleported here from Big Wheel Island 4 hours ago." Nanxiu immediately sent people to the teleportation zone to welcome the experts from the Heavenly Martial League. Chu Hongyan and the others were also overjoyed and heaved a sigh of relief. "I wonder who they are," Fanny said. She glanced at Yunxiao, who was still sitting cross-legged in the void, digesting the power of the divine pill and not disturbed by the outside world. Shui Qingfan smiled. When they heard that Li Yunxiao was in trouble, the entire Yanwu exploded. The 4 lords of Mysterious Separation Island, the demons, and some experts of Yanwu all came here. At the moment, only Lord Mu Lingdi is left in the city to guard. Fanny was overjoyed. "That's great! When everyone is here, we'll immediately open the gates of the Heavenly Palace and welcome Wanyu and the others." Her eyes flashed with killing intent. Thinking of the depression of being hunted down 2 days ago, a raging fire of revenge ignited in her heart. Soon, Li Mongshan and the others arrived one after another. Everyone was overjoyed. Yunxiao also came back to his senses and greeted everyone. Fanny explained the situation to everyone in detail, but she omitted the matter of the 6 paths of space. After all, everyone in the Heavenly Martial League knew who Yunxiao had refined, but they were still taken aback when they heard that he had almost killed 2 demon venerables with a single sword strike. Furthermore, one of the demon supremacies was at the peak of the creation realm and was only a step away from becoming a holy demon. "I didn't expect the Lord of the Earth realm to still be alive," Li Mongshan said in a deep voice. "It's a pity that Lord Mu Di didn't come," said Bei Mangnan. "Otherwise, he would have been even more emotional. Comrades from 100,000 years ago, things have remained the same, but people have changed. It's really uncomfortable to become enemies today. Since Shukuan has already joined the devil, it's no pity that Fei Yang killed him. The only thing I'm worried about now is that female demon venerable. After absorbing Zhuokuan, her strength will probably be even greater." Everyone's hearts sank, as if a stone was pressing down on their hearts. Chu Hongyan did not finish her sentence, but everyone knew that she had already stepped into the holy demon realm. After all, Zhuokuan was only a step away from becoming a holy demon, and Yuan's strength was also extraordinary. With the 2 of them combined, there was no doubt that they were holy demons. However, no one was willing to say it out loud, so as not to add a few more wisps of oppression to the already heavy atmosphere. "I'll deal with it when the soldiers come," Yunxiao said. "When the water comes, I'll cover it with earth. Things will work out when they come to it. The enemy has always been stronger than us, but we've never been afraid. There's nothing to fear even if it's a holy demon." The group of people couldn't help but nod their heads, their hearts relaxing. At most, he would die. He was only intimidated by the holy demon's name. Yunxiao's eyes flickered as he said with a smile, "Let's not worry about that holy demon for now. There are a few dragons waiting for us to deal with outside the door. That dragon essence is a good thing." He licked his lips, and his eyes glowed with a cruel light. "I'm going to take Luanyu's dragon soul and the three of them's dragon essence. They're great tonics, enough to replenish the loss of my spiritual power. Mo Dao also want a little of the dragon essence. Take a small amount and the rest is for you. You just need to stay in the heavenly palace and watch. Wait for us to go skin those 3 dragons and pull out their tendons." "There's enough dragon essence?" Yunxiao said with a smile. "I can't get it alone. Let's take it and split it equally." The rest of the people were overjoyed. Everyone wanted Long Yuan, but it was not convenient for them to say it. Now that Yunxiao had said so, it immediately aroused everyone's enthusiasm, especially those from the natural mode ocean. They couldn't stop laughing. Originally, with their strength, it was impossible for them to obtain dragon essence in this lifetime. Luo Qingyun was also among them, and he couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. If he could obtain the dragon origin power of a true dragon or a dragon child, it would be enough for him to break through the bottleneck and step into the void tier. "Open the gates of the heavenly palace and welcome Lord True Dragon and the 2 dragon sons," Nanxiu said with a smile as she stroked her beard. The order was passed down, and a rumbling sound came from not far away, as if it came from the void. It was the gate of the heavenly palace slowly opening. In the 3 mountains' 5 peaks, the moment the Montenegro crumbled, the entire formation instantly weakened. Luanyu's expression turned cold. In an instant, he sent out over 100 sword rays, slashing towards the other red mountain peak. Without the 7-colored protection, it was much easier to destroy the red mountain. Hundreds of sword chi turned into sword-shaped swords and fell down like rain. Boom! 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 The red mountain peak suffered hundreds of sword auras and collapsed continuously. Some of the mountains were even pierced through by the sword radiance. Soon, the red light on the formation also dimmed and disappeared. Only the 5-colored barrier was left in the sky, looking thin and old. Boom, boom, boom! Yuan and Shilong also attacked. With the strength of the creation realm, they destroyed the mountain easily. At this point, the entire 3 mountains 5 peaks formation was completely destroyed. The sky was filled with dust and it was dark. True Spirit Yuxian roared and a green wind blew from his body, blowing away the endless dust. A path that was several thousand feet wide immediately appeared under everyone's feet, leading into the sea of clouds. On the other side of the sea of clouds, there seemed to be a faint golden light, and buildings could be seen. Yuan was overjoyed and laughed wildly. "Ha ha! Finally! Whoever set up the formation, wait for our anger." Luanyu also smiled, but he was not as reckless as him. He said, "Be careful. Since this sect was able to set up the previous formation, they most likely had some strength. Don't fail miserably in an easy task. Father is too cautious." Yuan chuckled. "If they had a way to deal with us, they wouldn't have needed to trap us with a formation." "I hope so," Luanyu said. "But it's never wrong to be careful." For some reason, he felt a little depressed, but he could not tell why. However, Yunxiao was in the palace in front of him, and he had to get the coordinates of the birth of the new generation of True Dragon no matter what. "Let's go," he said. Luanyu said, and then turned into a dragon light, wanting to fly into the clouds. All of a sudden, an extremely sharp force swept through the air like a huge windmill, cutting the sky into countless pieces. Chi-chi! A few tearing sounds were heard. Before the crowd could react, they saw that the dozens of true spirits were all cut into pieces. Yuan and Shilong reacted quickly. They immediately used their movement techniques to dodge and retreated several thousand feet away to avoid the tearing force. Luanyu also suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air, and an incomparable chill surged up from his back. With a move of his avatar, he avoided that attack. However, the dozens of true spirit realm cultivators were all turned into minced meat and fell like rain. A thick smell of blood spread in the air, and a large number of blood threads could be vaguely seen scattered in the air, making one's heart turn cold. "Who is it?" Luanyu cried out in fear. Suddenly, his entire body trembled as he cried out involuntarily, "It's you!" A black figure had appeared a few thousand feet in front of them. It was Yuan. His entire face was covered by a black robe, making it impossible to see his face clearly, but there was an extremely cold aura that made them shiver. "So it's Lady Yuan." Luan Yu respectfully cupped his fists and greeted him. He suppressed the anger and fear in his heart and gritted his teeth. "I don't know how my subordinates have offended you, my lord, that you want to put them to death," the referee said coldly. "L told you to keep quiet, but you turned a blind eye. You've saved me and Zhuokuan a few precious moments of farewell. Crushing their bodies to pieces is already being kind." Gulp! Luan Yu swallowed with great difficulty. He cursed the lunatic in his heart, but he still appeared to be polite on the surface. He revealed an expression of sudden realization and said, "So that's how it is. In that case it was indeed their fault and they deserved to die." Lord Yi's punishment was extremely severe. Back then, Brother Zhuokuan and I were as close as brothers, yet I was unable to see him for the last time. It is truly a lifelong regret to part with him. He was afraid that after killing those true spirits, this madman would also attack the three of them. So he quickly changed the topic and began to talk about his relationship with Zhuokuan. In fact, the two of them hadn't even spoken a few words 100,000 years ago. It was unknown whether Yuan was touched or she did not plan to kill the three of them at all, but she said coldly, "Where's Li Yunxiao?" Luan Yu's heart was moved, and he was both happy and worried. He was happy because if the she-devil went to deal with Yunxiao, the latter would definitely die. He was worried that if Yunxiao died, the coordinates of the true dragon would be gone. However, just as he was hesitating, an extremely sharp killing intent attacked him. Before he could react, he felt the threat of death. His heart trembled and he couldn't think anymore. He quickly pointed upwards and said, "El Tis in that heavenly palace." As soon as he finished speaking, the killing intent dissipated, and Yuan's shadow disappeared. Luan Yu's head was covered in cold sweat, and his face was pale without a trace of blood. "Father!" Yuan trembled as he called out, "That female, devil Bayan." Luan Yu wiped the sweat off his forehead and looked at the heavenly palace in the clouds. With a gloomy face, he said, "Li Yunxiao is dead this time." His voice was filled with endless resentment and anger. Yuan sucked in a breath of cold air and said with a trembling voice, "Could it be that the female devil is Bayan?" Luan Yu nodded and gritted his teeth. "Indeed, that's 100% the holy demon's power. That female devil had really become a holy devil. Motherfucker!" His heart was filled with extreme unwillingness and resentment. He had been wandering around for countless years, wanting to return to the peak all the time, but his strength was getting weaker and weaker, and this female devil had simply devoured Zhuokuan. Yet she had actually stepped into the holy demon realm. How can it be so simple? Yuan was shocked. Didn't he just eat another demon commander? If it's that easy, then wouldn't there be too many Saint Fiends? Luan Yu was already in a bad mood, and when he heard this, he glared at him even more angrily and shouted, "What do you know?" Zhuokuan was originally a World King realm expert, but he had switched to cultivating the demonic path after losing his physical body. His situation is somewhat similar to his father's. It can be considered that his realm has fallen, but after cultivating the devil path, his strength is no less than his in the past. Moreover, he had obtained a 6 paths demonic weapon and was already half a holy demon. The most important thing was that the two of them were connected, and he was willing to merge with Yuan's body. This was the only way to maximize the power of the fusion. If it was just a simple devouring, Zhuokuan would have been able to resist. Although he would have been able to gain some benefits, the power would have been much greater. Yuan finally understood and said, "I see. That Zhuokuan is really stupid. He could have eaten Yuan himself, but he just had to let her eat him." Luan Yu sneered. This is the so-called feelings of the world. Although Zhuokuan was a hero for a lifetime, he ultimately fell in love. Now that you've mentioned it, I've thought of something. Although Yuan has become a holy demon, she's still trapped by love. so she's not completely without weaknesses. Father, do you have a way to deal with her? Yuan Jing asked. Luan Yu's lips curled up as he said, Your father has roamed the world for millions of years. What methods do I not have? Humph, but why do we have to deal with Yuan? Wouldn't it be better to let her deal with the Heavenly Martial League? As long as all the people of the Heavenly Martial League are dead, when the new generation of true dragons is born, heaven and earth will sense it, and no one will fight with me. Isn't that better than getting the coordinates from Yunxiao? Father is wise, Yuan said happily as he came to a realization. What should we do now? Luan Yu replied, You don't have to do anything. Just wait quietly. When the Heavenly Palace is completely destroyed, we'll go in and pick up Yunxiao's body. The three of them stood quietly in the sky, staring coldly ahead, neither advancing nor retreating. At this moment, in the Heavenly Palace, the square was already in a mess. The scene of dozens of true spirit realm cultivators being killed in an instant was too shocking. Many elders of the natural moat ocean were scared out of their wits. The true spirits were all stronger than them, and they were all killed before they could even react. If it were them, they would probably not even be left with a corpse. They would all be turned into fine powder and would not even know how they died. Hurry up and close the gate of the Heavenly Palace. Immediately, some elders reacted and hurriedly shouted in shock to close the door. Yunxiao and the others did not look good either. What they were worried about happened. Furthermore, Nat Tnei were most concerned about was Netner Yuan had truly become a holy demon. If he was still a demon venerable, even if he could resist the world force after devouring Zhuokuan, he would still be no match for all of them. However, if he were to become a holy demon, he would become a holy demon. Even Li Mongshan and the others looked grave. The holy demon was an existence that was even more powerful than the world king. Furthermore, it had even overcome the suppression of the world's power. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Everyone, calm down, Nanqiu shouted. It was too late to close the door now, and it was useless to do so. Everyone, scatter in all directions. Retreat if you can. All the void tier and above experts, stay behind to face the enemy. With a huala sound, the entire square was left with only a few people. One couldn't blame them for being afraid of death. In the entire natural moat cliff, there were only 2 void realm cultivators, Nanqiu Yu and a grand supreme elder. A few other elders also stayed behind. Their faces were old and calm, as if they were unwilling to leave. Nanqiu Yu said, Elders, please? The sect is in trouble. We don't want to leave, one of the elders said. Another elder said, Our lifespans are coming to an end, and it's meaningless to live a few more days. I'll just stay here and see how strong that holy demon is, and I'll be able to settle this matter. When Nanqiu Yu heard this, she did not force him. Li Mongshan turned back to look at Yunxiao and said, Alliance Master, you should also step down. This place will definitely be destroyed. I'm afraid that Alliance Master will have a hard time dealing with it in your current state. I'm sorry for the trouble, Yunxiao said with a wry smile. I killed Zhuokuan, but now I'm in trouble. If you are no match for her, please leave in time. As long as I go out and let her deal with me, I believe she won't vent her anger on you. What nonsense are you talking about, Alliance Master? Li Mongshan laughed. Husband, come with me, Fanny said. I'll leave this place to you, she turned around and said. Without saying a word, Fanny took Yunxiao's hand and turned into a beam of light, trying to escape far away from the Heavenly Palace. Just as the escaping light rose, it suddenly touched a layer of black light and was blocked with a bang. It bounced down directly and smashed into the ground with a boom, creating a deep pit. Fanny flew out in shock and landed on the square. She looked at the sky worriedly. A layer of demonic light spread from the distance and covered the square in an instant. All those who had not left were trapped in it and could not leave. Everyone's heart trembled as they looked up at the sky with grave expressions. In this moment of peace, they waited for the arrival of the storm. Very good, he hasn't left. Yuan's voice rang out slowly, and then she appeared in the sky. Her black robe could not resist the fierce killing intent as she stared at Yunxiao. Yunxiao trembled. He found it difficult to breathe under that gaze alone. Holy demon, you've really stepped into the Saint Devil realm, Xianxia said with great difficulty, his face full of bitterness and helplessness. Although Zhuokuan hadn't been killed by him, he had died because of him. It was impossible for Yuan to let this matter rest. This battle was bound to shake the heavens and earth, and the Heavenly Martial Union would probably suffer great losses. The referee looked at him quietly. The square was so quiet that one could hear a needle, but it was unusually depressing. It was as if a huge rock had been pressed into everyone's heart, making it hard for them to breathe. It was the most powerful existence in the demonic realm. It was as if 100,000 years had gone back, and the holy demon had returned to the heavenly martial realm. Yuan's shoulders suddenly trembled. She found that she did not know what to do, or rather how to kill Xianxia. It would be too easy to just kill him, so he couldn't be let off so easily. I've heard Zhuokuan say that the underworld fire can roast the soul, making it indestructible and enduring endless pain. This method might be the most suitable for you. Yunxiao's heart turned cold, and he felt his limbs go cold. He could not help but curse. I've heard that a woman's heart is the most vicious. This saying is indeed true. Hee. A strange trembling sound came from Yuan's mouth. Even so, I still think it's too light. I just can't think of any other way to torture you. The so-called sea of suffering in the mortal world, Xianxia said. Everyone suffers. Why don't you just let me live in this bitter sea for thousands of years? That's the greatest punishment for me. In your dreams, the judge roared, his voice piercing through the air and causing everyone's eardrums to hurt. One could see how strong her anger was. Fearing that she would suddenly attack Xianxia and kill him, the judge and the others' faces fell. In a flash, they stood in front of Xianxia, guarding him with mystic artifacts in their hands. Yuan's gaze turned slightly and swept across the crowd. She sneered. For good fortune? It seemed that there was a big difference in the evaluation of the strength of the realm of heavenly martial arts. There are more than 10 creation realm experts in the heavenly martial arts realm. The 5 dragon children he had encountered earlier, the heavenly phoenix, and the 4 people before him, there were 10 in total. If you're afraid, leave as soon as possible, Mo Lang said coldly. Otherwise, you'll die here before you can stabilize your realm after stepping into the holy demon realm. Yi's face turned cold and killing intent flashed in his eyes. He pointed a finger downward, and the black light around him condensed into a sharp streak of light that shot downward. Mo's expression darkened as he placed his palms together in front of him. A blood-red light burst forth, and hundreds of demon runes flickered within. It was as if a great demon was sitting cross-legged. Swish! The black finger force shot into the bloodlight and disappeared as if it was devoured. However, in just a moment, the bloodlight turned blurry and exploded with a bang. Mo's body trembled and he actually took a few steps back in the air. In the end, he stomped on the air to stabilize his body. But Xianxia and the others had noticed that when he stepped on the spatial node at the end, cracks spread out like a cobweb. Although they were thin, they could not escape their eyes. Everyone could not help but feel shocked. Just a casual attack could bring such a huge pressure to a manifestation stage expert. You're nothing much, Mo exhaled and said coldly. His words were sharp and decisive, and everyone knew that he did not want to lose face. But it also stirred up the crowd's pride and morale. The misty rock master's body glowed as a blade of light appeared in his hand. His eyes flickered with a sharp light as he said, "To be able to fight a holy demon, my tens of thousands of years of life and cultivation have not been in vain. I finally reached this stage. A battle? Don't you think that you're overestimating yourself?" Yuan snorted coldly. Humph! The misty rock master let out a muffled groan. With a flash of golden light, he appeared beside Yuan and slashed out with a virtual light. Li Mongshan and the others were shocked. They did not expect him to be so reckless. They all exclaimed, "Be careful!" The illusory light blade continuously produced a chi-chi sound as it struck the spear with a pong sound, but it was unable to advance an inch further. That long spear did not have a physical form and was only something Yuan had casually condensed. However, it easily blocked the illusory light blade without any ripples on it. The Misty Rock Master was shocked. Just as he was about to change his move, the long spear suddenly softened and transformed into a long snake that locked onto the light blade and wrapped around it. Hiss hiss, the snake seemed to have a spirit of its own. It stuck out its tongue and instantly bound the right arm of the Misty Rock Lord, biting towards his throat. The Misty Rock Master was greatly alarmed. His left hand formed an incantation gesture, and a small golden shield appeared on his helmet, which he used to knock against the snake's head. Bang! The snake head smashed into the shield, transforming into a spear once more. It pierced through a few inches, heading straight for the Mist Cliff Lord. Li Mongshan and the others could not stand it anymore. They attacked instantly, turning into a few beams of light and rushing up. Li Mongshan made a hand seal and shot out 10 beams of light that pierced through the demonic chi as if they were indestructible. Hao Feng's Origin Nirvana Saber flashed as well, appearing behind Yuan and directly slashing over. Yi's figure also flickered and disappeared from his spot. When the 4 Blessed Realm elites attacked, the barrier formed by the demonic light instantly felt pressure, and it became dazed. The judge looked on coldly. With a point of his finger, the spear wrapped around the Misty Rock Master's body immediately flew back. It spun in front of him and turned into 10,000 rays of light, shooting out in all directions. Boom! An earth-shattering power exploded in the square, and the power of the few people who attacked was instantly suppressed. A vast and mighty force exploded with Yuan as the center, shaking everyone's body. Ift! Ift! Even though they were still quite a distance away, Polong and the others couldn't help but spit out large mouthfuls of blood as they retreated in shock. Under Fanny's protection, Yunxiao also turned into a beam of light and left. The place where he had been standing before was reduced to nothingness. For Blessed Realm elites appeared around Yuan, and their expressions were also abnormally grave. Although they weren't injured by the attack just now, they were shocked by the impact and their blood was in turmoil. Was this the difference between the 2 realms? You're quite impressive, Yi sneered. The 4 of you can actually withstand one of my attacks and be fine. It seems that I've underestimated you. Well, I'm not in a hurry to kill you, so I'll poke your bones and scatter your ashes first. Then skin them alive, extract their souls, and roast them on the netherworld fire. The judge laughed sinisterly, and with a flash of golden light in his hand, the golden wheel of the magic tree slashed towards the Mist Rock Lord, who was closest to him. The Misty Rock Master's heart skipped a beat. The power on his arm rose sharply, and with a loud roar, he struck out. He didn't have any proper weapon, and his Dharmakaya body was his strongest weapon. Boom! When the fist force hit the golden light of the magic tree golden wheel, it was immediately crushed by the gear. The bones of the fist burst with a crackling sound, and blood sprayed out. The Misty Rock Master gritted his teeth in pain and retreated. The other 3 were shocked and hurriedly attacked. Hao Feng's saber aura rose and let out a clanging sound. The power of the saber realm crushed open, turning into a light shield that fell on Yuan's body. However, Yuan merely flipped her hand and clapped, and the saber realm instantly disintegrated. Hao Feng only felt the chi and blood in his body shake, and he spat out a mouthful of blood from the palm force. The crowd watching the battle from a distance felt a chill in their hearts, and their limbs turned cold. Even a creation realm expert was injured with a single strike, so how could they fight? Nanxiu Yu was completely dumbfounded as well, and she said awkwardly, "How can he be so strong?" He was in a terrible mood at the moment, and he didn't know if he regretted meddling in other people's business. Attack! Yunxiao suddenly said, "Everyone, attack this magic barrier." She used this barrier as a shield, making the realm power unable to detect her. Otherwise, if a holy demon were to kill someone in the heavenly martial realm, the realm power would definitely strike her with purple lightning. His words made everyone realize what was going on. Therefore, Zhuo Qingfan and the others, along with the elders of the natural moat cliff, attacked the demonic light together. Boom! Boom! Dozens of attacks soared into the sky. Fanny, Chu Hongyan, and the others had not recovered from their injuries, but they also joined in the attack. Yuan's expression changed slightly, and a cold glint flickered in her eyes as she said, I originally wanted to skin you later, but since you're so eager to die, don't blame me. With a flash of her body, she disappeared from where she was, leaving only an afterimage behind. Everyone turned pale with fright, and no one could catch her whereabouts. My guess was right, Xianxia cried out. That demonic light barrier is not meant to trap us, but to escape the pursuit of the realm power. So what if I am? Do you really think you can break my barrier? Yuan's cold voice rang out among the crowd. Nanqiu Yu and the others' expressions changed drastically, and they scattered in all directions in fear. However, how could they escape? A faint black light appeared on Yuan's body, and everyone seemed to be sucked in. Their bodies seemed to be pulled by someone, and they were in extreme pain, so much so that they were about to break apart. Suddenly, a sharp golden light fell. Li Mongshan formed a seal with his hands and used all his strength to cover the dagger. He shouted, Quickly run! Boom! The golden light shattered the suction force of the black light and landed on Yuan's body. However, it was unable to penetrate the demonic light protecting her body and simply slid down her body. He's a very annoying person. Then I'll start with you. Yuan raised her head and said coldly. Her 5 fingers clenched in the air, and the golden light immediately stopped. It was constantly compressed by Yuan's palm force and squeezed toward Li Mongshan. What? Li Mongshan was horrified. It was supposed to be his ultimate skill, but it was now controlled by Yuan. It was as if thousands of knives were cutting at him. His skin cracked open and a large amount of blood gushed out. Li Mongshan was covered in blood, but his face was pale. The golden light kept returning to his body, crushing his meridians. He gritted his teeth and shouted. The golden light suddenly flickered and turned into a 5-clawed golden dragon that flew down. Putting up a stubborn resistance is just like an ant trying to shake a tree. Yuan snorted coldly and grabbed at the air with her left hand. Immediately, a vast and mighty force spread out, and there was the sound of a weapon being dragged in the air. Run! Xianxia was horrified. Run! His pupils were filled with shock. The thing in Yuan's hand was the Agama bone cleaver. The 6 paths demonic weapon in the hands of the holy demon and the demon commander were 2 completely different things. Li Mongshan was also anxious, but all his strength was being suppressed by Yuan, and he had nowhere to escape. The Misty Rock Master and the others arrived in an instant. Several extremely powerful attacks were launched at the referee at the same time, trying to save Li Mongshan. However, when those attacks landed on the demonic light, they only caused light waves to form. They were completely unable to penetrate it. How can he be so strong? Everyone's hearts sank. They had already thought highly of the holy demon, but its strength was so powerful that it made them feel helpless. The corners of Yuan's mouth curled up into a cruel sneer. She swung her agama forward and slashed down. The blade turned into a black light in the air, and the whole world seemed to become silent. Everyone's movements were unusually slow, as if time had been delayed. Li Mongshan's pupils suddenly widened and boundless golden light burst out. The shadow of death appeared in his heart and spread to his entire body. His mind became clear and he wanted to resist, but he was powerless. Are we going to die? As he watched the black knife fall, he became calm, and that moment felt like a century. So this is how death feels like. To be able to reach this level, the number of people he had killed along the way was uncountable. Even he himself could not count it. However, this was the first time he had been killed, and it was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Li Mongshan, have dominated my entire life. Today, I'm going to die in the hands of a woman. He was a little angry and thought to himself, isn't that too cowardly? I'll become a laughingstock for everyone. The faces of the people around him also appeared in his mind one by one. They were all shocked, angry, anxious, and sad. The Misty Rock Lord, Hao Feng, Yun Xiao, Chu Hongyan, Baiming Nanji, and many experts from Mysterious Separation Island were all here. It's all right, no one's making fun of me. Li Mongshan heaved a sigh of relief and his eyes gradually turned cold. He stared at Yuan in front of him, and the disdain and sneer on his face pierced his heart. Laugh, your sister. Even if I die, I'll make you pay the price. He changed his mind and thought that there would be a day in life to be able to fight with the holy demon and sacrifice himself in a spectacular way. This trip was not in vain. The tens of thousands of years of cultivation on mysterious Separation Island had not been in vain. Thinking of this, his heart could not help but relax, as if the dust on the shrine had been swept away, and there were no more worries. He made a hand seal with one hand, and a holy light appeared on his face. All the fear and powerlessness were replaced by the will to fight. The aura on his body continued to rise and expand. All the things he had learned in his life emerged in his mind one by one, and all his potential was instantly condensed. Divine light, shine upon the earth. Li Mongshan's expression was solemn. He gathered all his strength in his palm and formed an invisible golden sigil. Then he slapped it out. Under Agon's bone cleaver, a ball of divine light burst out and turned into boundless majesty that illuminated the earth. Boom! The light actually resisted the attack of Agon's bone cleaver. A huge pillar of light soared into the sky and spread in all directions. Li Mongshan's figure became blurry and gradually faded until he could no longer be seen. Li Mongshan, the misty rock master, roared in grief and indignation. The virtual light on the surface of his body flickered, and his emotions were fluctuating greatly. The rest of the people from Xianli Island could not hide their grief and indignation. Their emotions fluctuated greatly. The power was like a divine light that had broken through shackles. Not only did it block the Agama, but it also rushed into the clouds, directly destroying the barrier that the referee had set up and dispelling the darkness. Yuan raised her head and furrowed her brows slightly. After the enchantment barrier dispersed, the originally clear sky began to be covered with dark clouds, and heavenly thunder rumbled. Purple light flickered from time to time in the clouds, gathering heavenly lightning. As expected, the realm power was alerted, holding back the grief and indignation in his heart. Xianxia said loudly, "Everyone, spread out." This shout woke everyone up. The demonic light barrier was broken. Nothing could stop them anymore, so they immediately fled. "You want to leave?" The referee's face turned cold. Her body moved slightly, and she was about to make a move, but countless golden lights appeared and fell like rain from the sky, smashing onto her body with a huala. The golden light spread out, and it was the chains of law that tied Yuan up like a dumpling. Not only did the realm power congeal and bind her entire body, but it also printed a large number of golden runes on her body, which rotated with the flow of the realm power. Yi's expression changed drastically, and a trace of pain even flashed across his face. "Walla," she struggled for a while, but the chains of law shook up and down, binding her even tighter and squeezing into her flesh. The clouds in the sky rolled as if they contained too much power. Purple lightning kept shooting out, making a piercing sound. "Everyone, get ready," Xianxia said in a deep voice. "We'll attack together after the purple thunder passes." "Such a powerful avatar of realm power can't kill her?" Chu Hongyan was shocked. "No." Xianxia shook his head and said, "If it were that simple, would the war of the two worlds still be so tragic? That holy demon won't be a threat to us." Chu Hongyan was stunned for a moment before she understood. The rest of the people felt a huge rock pressing down on their hearts. Li Mongshan's death made everyone extremely sad and angry, and they felt even more pressured. The reason why the war between the two realms can continue is that the holy demon is too suppressed by the realm power. Xianxia continued. It's difficult for it to descend to the heavenly martial realm in one piece, which gives the realm a chance to breathe. However, the holy demon Tao Wu in front of him was filled with worry. This sacred demon Tao Wu is completely unaffected by the realm's suppression. Since ancient times, the only powerful demon who could freely roam the heavenly martial realm without being suppressed by the realm power was the Lord of 1,000 Realms, who had crossed the Saint Demon realm and could travel freely between countless planes. A situation like Yuan's was almost 1 in a million. This was because Zhuokuan was the Lord of the Earth realm. Back then, He had also mastered the rules of the heavenly martial realm and reached the realm king realm. Thus, after being absorbed by Yuan, he was completely immune to the suppression of the world power. Not only that, but she could also use the underworld fire formed by the realm power. Speaking of which, to a certain extent, she was more suitable for the realm of heavenly martial arts than the people of the realm of heavenly martial arts. Everyone understood the severity of the situation and stared at the chain of nomological laws without blinking. They were waiting for the purple lightning to strike before they attacked together to kill Yuan. Hee. How can a mere realm power restrain me? Yuan shouted coldly, and the demonic light on her body shone brightly. It shook the chain of laws up and down, making crisp and noisy sounds as it shook. Under the restraint of the chains of law, he slowly raised his hand. Demonic chi gathered in his palm and kept extending, about to form the agama. Not good. Yunxiao cried out in surprise. She's going to cut off the chains of law. Cut off the chains of law? What kind of joke was this? Is this even possible? Nanxiu Yu and the elders of the natural mode ocean were both shocked, and their faces were filled with disbelief. On the other hand, the hearts of the heavenly martial league members throbbed, and they felt as if they were about to suffocate. This was because they had just witnessed the severing of the chains of law not long ago. Attack now, Yunxiao shouted. I can't wait. His face was ashen as he stood in the distance. Even though he had recovered a lot of his strength after consuming the divine pill, it was still a fool's dream to hurt Yuan. The people from Mysterious Separation Island were already filled with anger and grief. After hearing what was said, they could no longer suppress it. Their surging power continued to burst out and instantly bombarded Xiang Yuan. Boom! Under the powerful attack of dozens of light beams, the demonic chi on Yuan's body was constantly scattered. The agama changed between illusion and reality, and it was defeated every time it tried to form a blade. Yuan's expression turned cold. A large amount of green flames suddenly gushed oil to her body and turned into a laver of light shield, blocking all the attacks. In addition, the chains of law were being roasted by the green flames, letting out cracking sounds. The solid chain was formed by countless tiny runes. Under the burning of the underworld fire, it began to collapse. The referee's face was cold as he raised his hand and slashed down. A layer of fire on his arm condensed into a blade, and with a huala sound, it slashed at the chains of law. The world trembled, and a large area of the chains shattered, turning into tiny golden characters that disappeared into the void. Yuan raised her head again and chopped down with her hand again. Voila, another large number of chains shattered, and the heaven and earth restraint could no longer trap her. As he took a step forward, the golden chains on his body were like the dust on his black robe as they were all shaken off. The dark clouds that filled the sky instantly pressed down, turning the entire world purple. A giant dragon appeared within, its sharp eyes full of intelligence as it coldly stared down. At this moment, Luanyu and the other two, who were thousands of miles away from the heavenly palace, were also shocked. They stared at the purple sky in front of them, and their faces were extremely serious. Father, you're disdainful of this Bayan. Yuan's heart trembled violently. Looking at the heavenly might that filled the sky and feeling that power, anyone would be frightened. Luanyu said in a deep voice, "Calm down." Yuan's power had already exceeded this realm, so she would definitely attract heavenly lightning to destroy the world and scatter her. However, the power of the holy demon is already above this world's power, so I'm afraid it'll be difficult to get what I want. A look of revenge flashed in his eyes, and he laughed hideously. What a laughable realm of heavenly martial arts! You will be humiliated by the holy demon's might. Boom! A purple light flashed in the sky as the purple lightning hidden in the clouds suddenly struck down with boundless heavenly might toward the holy demon. The sky that the purple lightning had passed through no longer existed. The entire world had turned purple. It was as if all the laws of heaven and earth in the entire sea region had gathered and poured down on this strike. The heavenly palace where the natural moat cliff was located seemed to be fading away under the purple light, as if it was its last time. Nanqiu and the rest widened their eyes in shock and disbelief, but their movement techniques did not slow down as they shot forward. Yuan's figure moved slightly. She also wanted to avoid it, but the purple dragon had locked onto her alone. There was no place to escape in this world. He calmed his mind in an instant, held the Agama bone cleaver in his hand, and slashed at the purple dragon. A ray of black light shot up from the ground. It was a strange color under this boundless purple world, as if it was going to pierce through the heaven and earth. Boom! The two huge forces collided, and the entire heavenly palace was instantly turned into dust. The warriors who were slower to escape were sucked in and turned into ashes. The faces of Nanqiu and the rest were as ugly as pig liver. Even the martial artists who had escaped far away could feel the sky falling and the earth shattering. They felt uncomfortable. The light mixed with the waves of air and rushed in all directions. Within the ocean that stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles, violent winds and huge waves were raging, and the world was in a state of chaos. Even Yuri and the other two were affected by the shockwaves. They hurriedly retreated tens of thousands of miles away in shock before stopping and looking on in horror. Father, such terrifying power. I'm afraid it's Bayan, Yuan said in shock. Luanyu's face was gloomy as he snorted coldly. This is nothing. I've experienced even more powerful forces than this. Don't worry, Zhan is a saint demon, and most importantly, she has absorbed Shuakuan, so the pressure of the world's power has no effect on her. This is the most fatal part. She's comparable to the demon masters of the past. Yuan nodded and said, That's right. There were Saint Demon Realm powerhouses back in the day. However, they were unable to cross over. Each time, it was only a clone that descended. If it was the main body, he would have to use magic treasures or secret techniques to hide his aura. Otherwise, not only would he be suppressed, but he might also be chased and beaten by the realm power. Yuan has completely adapted to the realm power, and I'm afraid she'll be unrivaled in this realm. His voice was solemn, and it was clear that he was in a complicated mood. It's indeed a little troublesome, Luanyu said, but Yuan's goal is to kill Yunxiao, which is also good for us. As for the life and death of this world, we'll see in the future. He looked ahead coldly, but he was slightly happy. With the dragon realm suppressing Yuan, Yunxiao's chances of survival were quite high. He had a great chance of taking advantage of the situation. The celestial palace was destroyed by the collision of the two forces, and a huge pit appeared in the sky. It devoured all energy and matter and was drawn into the bottomless abyss. It was as if the entire world had been pierced through. Everyone looked at the abyss from a distance, and they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts, and cold sweat covered their bodies. Such a terrifying power was unheard of, and it had even exceeded everyone's understanding. Hundreds of thousands of miles of the ocean was affected. A strong wind blew, and the sea water evaporated. The Death Sea expanded once again. All the living beings in it were crushed and turned into dust in the sea. Apart from Beifeng Nan, the rest of the people's faces turned pale. They finally understood what kind of existence the Demon Master was. That was a powerhouse whose strength far exceeded Yuan's. A sovereign of the 1,000 worlds. Is the holy demon dead? Chu Hongyan asked with a trembling voice. No. Yunxiao shook his head and said, The energy fluctuations ahead are too strong. I can't sense anything at all. But I have a feeling that not only is she not dead, she's not even seriously injured. That's impossible. Although Fei and I and the rest believed that Yuan was not dead, they did not believe that she was not seriously injured. Young Master Yun's premonition is most likely right, Baiming Nanfeng said in a deep voice. This person was unrivaled in this world, and no one could compete with her. If we stay, we'll die without a doubt. Let's hurry up and leave. Leave, Yunxiao said bitterly. Leave. If this man is invincible, even though the realm of heavenly martial arts is huge, where can he go? For the first time in his life, he was disheartened. It was as if he could not see any hope and no longer held on to any hope. Lead her to Yanwu, Beimangnen said. Gather all the forces in the world to fight against her. Yunxiao was taken aback, and he flatly denied it. You're crazy. Yanwu is now the power of the entire realm. If this crazy woman is allowed to go there, this realm will really be finished. She's determined to kill you now? Bei Xiaonan looked at him coldly and said, as long as you escape, you can still lead her to Yanwu. If you are killed here, she will no longer be a threat to the world. At that time, it will be impossible to encircle her even if the world tries to use all their forces. Yunxiao's heart trembled. Bai Mingnan's words did make sense. Now, with the entire city's strength, they might still be able to compete with Yuan. If she had nothing to worry about in the future and wandered between the heaven and earth, it would be almost impossible to encircle and suppress her. However, if Yuan was lured into Yanwu, the entire city would be completely destroyed, and it was still unknown if she could be killed. But if even Yanwu could not do it, this realm would really be finished. Yun Xiao was also dumbfounded. Such a big decision made him feel very depressed, and he did not know what to do. Nanqiu Yu's face was gloomy as she searched anxiously in the darkness ahead, looking for something. Why don't you let her kill me? Yun Xiao said, as long as I get my revenge, she may not make things difficult for this realm. After all, Zhuokuan was also born in the realm of heavenly martial arts. What nonsense are you saying, husband? Fei and I reproached angrily. My husband must not have such thoughts. If my husband dies, Yanwu will be without a leader, and there will be no one in the world who can take on the responsibility. By then, this world will only be worse off. Everyone, there's no need to be so desperate, Duanmu Yoyu suddenly said. Perhaps there's still one person who can deal with the holy demon. Even if I can't defeat him, I don't think the difference will be too great. Who is it? Everyone's heart jolted as they looked over in unison. There wasn't even a single world king in the world, so who else could resist the holy demon's power? Duanmu Yoyu's eyes fell on Yun Xiao as he said, don't forget about the Bai and that the Bai Shu Yudaran mentioned. Yun Xiao's heart skipped a beat as he cried out, a true dragon of the world. Duanmu Yoyu's expression turned serious. He nodded and said, not bad. It was a true dragon. A new generation of true dragons was about to be born, and they would definitely be experts in the World King realm. Even if they couldn't defeat the holy demon, they wouldn't be too far off. With our assistance, it's still very likely that we'll be able to kill the holy demon. As soon as he said that, everyone's hearts began to burn with excitement. They felt that this method was indeed feasible. Yun Xiao began to count on his fingers and said with a frown, the timing isn't right. I'm afraid the true dragon hasn't been born yet. Yuan has already destroyed this world. In that case, young Master Yun, Duanmu Yoyu said, find a place to hide and wait for the true dragon to be born before coming back. No. Yun Xiao shook his head and said, that devil will definitely make his move on Yanwu. If you want to stall for time, I have a feasible method, but I don't know what the result will be. But at this time, I can't care about that. What is it? The rest of the people hurriedly asked. Yun Xiao's eyes flickered with a cold gleam as he said, I can take this opportunity to enter the demon world. What? Enter the devil world? Feini and Chu Hongyan were shocked and cried out. They shook their heads in disagreement. Bai Mingnan, Duanmu Yoyu, and the others were deep in thought, thinking about the relationship between the two. Don't be surprised, Yun Xiao said with a wry smile. This method is the most secure of the many methods. After all, Yuan was not suppressed by the two realms, and the power she could exert in the two realms was the same. I also have the Emperor demonic essence in my body, so I'm not suppressed by the two realms. So where was the battlefield? Of course, we'll choose the demon realm, which has less impact on us. Moreover, there was another person in the devil world who wanted to kill Yuan, and that was Mopu. As long as we enter the devil world, he will definitely be able to sense us. If we can join forces with Mopu, our chances of winning will be even greater. Chu Hongyan said, the devil is indeed a good chess piece. However, it's too dangerous for you to enter the devil world. After all, it's a strange environment. You've never been there before. But to Yuan, it's a walk in the park. With my current cultivation base, Yun Xiao said with a smile, the environment has little effect on me. As long as I can drag out the birth of the true dragon in the devil world, I'll come out with MOPU and join forces with everyone to kill Yuan. Then, I'll be very confident. That's very good, Xiao Hong said coldly. I'm just afraid that we won't be able to delay it until then. Fei and I and the rest glared at him and were on the verge of cursing. We can only try everything we can now, Yunxiao said. Otherwise, if this demoness is allowed to dominate the heavenly martial realm for a while, this realm will be doomed. I also agree with young Master Yun's point of view, Baiming Yonan said. Entering the devil realm is indeed a good choice. After the true dragon is born, we'll make preparations and set up an ambush to lure Yi over. As long as young Master Yun doesn't die, even if Yuan knows it's a trap, she'll definitely come. Yes, Yunxiao said. That's settled, then. Let's not delay. I'm going to the Tiandang Mountains now. Wait, I'll go with my husband. Feini stopped him, not allowing him to go alone. I'm not going on a trip, Yunxiao said with a wry smile. I'm going on a long march. I don't care. I can take my wife with me on a long journey. Feini grabbed Yunxiao's hand and refused to let go. Sister Feini is right. I want to go with you, Chu Hongyan said. If that's the case, we'll be in big trouble, Yunxiao said, feeling a headache. If you can't go to the devil world, you won't be able to withstand the power of the world and will only be a burden to me. Wouldn't that be harming me? No. The two girls were unwilling. Fei and I shouted, We can stay in the Divine Realm tablet. We're just staying in the Divine Realm tablet, Yunxiao said. What's the point of going to the devil realm? If something really happens to me, you can stay in the realm of heavenly martial arts and continue to fight the enemy. Fei and I's face was filled with determination as she said, If anything happens to my husband, I will not live alone. I will definitely come to the demon world to avenge my husband. If that's the case, it's better to let me stay by your side. Yunxiao could not persuade them, so he had no choice but to agree. What about me? Xiao Hong asked coldly. I also have the Emperor Demonic Essence, and I'm one of Yuan's targets. I'll go with you. Yunxiao frowned. What are you going to do? It's precisely because you possess the Emperor Demonic Essence that you have to stay. If I were to unfortunately die in the devil realm, then you would be the only one who could attract Yuan. At that time, you can work with the new generation of true dragons and think of a way to kill it. Xiao Hong replied coldly, I was transformed from a rainbow stone, so I'm considered a person of the devil realm. If I go back to the devil realm, it will be very beneficial for me to improve my power. If I stay in the heavenly martial arts realm, I don't know when I will be able to make further progress. You're right, Yunxiao said, but I hope you can think about the big picture. Overall situation. Hee. Xiao Hong gently tucked her hair behind her ears and smiled. I'm not the leader of the Heavenly Martial Alliance, nor am I the wife of the leader. I'm just a little girl. What bullshit big picture is it? What does it have to do with me? The surrounding people were all stunned, and their expressions and gazes became strange. Xiao Hong also felt that she had said something wrong. Her face turned red and she said angrily, Anyway, if you don't let me go, I'll go myself. Yunxiao was a little embarrassed by everyone's gaze, so he said angrily, It's up to you. Since we've already decided, let's be decisive. Let's go now. In case that demoness comes to her senses and can't escape. A voice suddenly rang out, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. You speak as if you can leave right now. I have to admire your intelligence. You really know how to imagine things. In the sky, Yuan's figure slowly appeared. She was still wearing a long robe, and there was not a speck of dust on her body. It was as if the attack from before had nothing to do with her. You coward! Everyone's expression changed drastically, and they retreated in shock, a chill running down their spines. Actually, I really want to see the look of despair on your face when I catch up to you after you escape to the demon world, but it's too boring to think about it, said Shang. In addition, everyone here is your family and friends. It's only meaningful if you kill them one by one in front of your eyes. She raised her hand and a black ray of light shot towards Feini. Be careful. Xiao cried out in surprise, and the power in his body burst out in an instant. He raised his hand and slashed out a blade of light. Fanny was also shocked. She put her hands together in front of her body and a line of fire was spat out. Chu Hongyan, Hao Feng, and the others who were closest to her also made their moves. They joined forces and directly pressed down on the black light. Boom! With an explosion, the black light exploded, and everyone was forced to retreat. Lao Ai laughed and said, "If you are the strongest in the realm of heavenly martial arts, then this realm is completely hopeless. I'll first crush your bones and scatter your ashes one by one, and then I'll destroy this world as well to offer sacrifices to Zhuokuan." "You ate Zhuokuan yourself?" Xiao cursed. "But you're taking it out on us. If you have the ability, spit him out. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant. You coward!" She was so angry that she almost vomited blood, and her tender body couldn't help trembling as a monstrous killing intent condensed around her. She did not dare to make a move, because she was afraid that she would turn Xiao into ashes, which would be too easy on him. As if he had seen through her mind, Xiao's sneer grew even wider as he deliberately raised his head to look at her with contempt. "I'm going to kill you." Yuan finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Boundless anger burst out in an instant. She grabbed at the sky with her palm, and a huge palm shadow instantly condensed. She was trying her best to control her emotions, and her reason told her to suppress it and not kill Xiao with one slap. As a result, the huge palm trembled in the sky. Bai Mingnan and the others were shocked. They quickly moved in front of Xiao and formed a human wall, desperately circulating their devil essence. Everyone's power gathered together, forming an indestructible barrier. Xiao was shocked, and his heart trembled as he cried out, "Everyone, let's go! Run!" Bai Mingnan shouted in a deep voice, "We'll try our best to help you delay. As long as you leave, we can follow our previous plan and have a chance to kill this demoness." Xiao was not an impulsive person, and he was also a cautious and rational person. But the scene in front of him made him unable to think of escaping. He sighed and said, "No matter how strong my heart is, no matter how rational I am, I can't leave my friend behind and run away alone. If that happens, Li Yunxiao, will no longer be Li Yunxiao." He raised his hand and once again used his spiritual force to sweep toward his dantian, trying to use the master of floating. As soon as he touched the sword chi, he felt a severe pain in his meridians. He had yet to recover from the aftereffects. With a cold look on her face, Yuan clenched her fingers and struck directly to the right, not in the direction of Xiao and the others. The huge demonic palm in the sky came down like a claw and struck the void not far away. Boom! Tens of thousands of feet away, the demonic palm seemed to have hit an obstacle and directly shattered. The obstruction was instantly broken, and a large amount of devil essence flowed down. Everyone was stunned and couldn't help but look in that direction. "After peeking for so long, it's time for you to come out and face your death," Yuan said coldly. Cough, cough, cough. It was indeed the power of the holy demon. Has a holy demon appeared in the demon world again? An old voice sounded, full of worry. "Who are you, you undying old man?" He snorted coldly. In the distance, the demonic chi dissipated, revealing a stooped old man holding an iron cane, his white beard dragging the ground. At first glance, his face was full of wrinkles, all of which spoke of the endless vicissitudes of life. Everyone was stunned. At first glance, this old man had an extraordinary bearing, but no one recognized him. Nanxiu Yu suddenly exclaimed, "My lord, you are Shenyuan? The white-bearded old man raised his head and squinted at him. "You must be the current master of the natural moat ocean Nanxiu Yu? This old man is Shenyuan Yao." Nanxiu Yu was overjoyed, unable to contain her excitement. She cupped her fists and said, "I was incompetent and failed to protect the heavenly palace. I even forced Master Shenyuan to come out of seclusion early. I deserve to die." He had not wanted to interfere in Yunxiao's affairs before because he was afraid that the Heavenly Martial Union or the Land of 10,000 Spirits would focus their attention on the natural moat cliff, which would affect Shenyuan Yao's seclusion. Shenyuan Yao. Beifeng Nan mumbled to himself. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically, as if he had thought of something. He couldn't help but be shocked, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Yun Xiao found it strange, so he whispered, Sir Zhennan? Who is this old man? Bai Mingnan's face slightly changed. He shook his head and said, I don't know. Yun Xiao, Then why do you look like you've seen a ghost? Yun Xiao asked, speechless. Although I don't know who he is, the surname Shenyuan is extremely rare. In the past 100,000 years, other than this old man in front of me, I only know one person who once had it, said Bai Mingnan. Yun Xiao knew that it must be a big shot, so he said in surprise, Who is it? Back then, the realm king's surname was Shenyuan. Bai Mingnan said word by word. The surrounding people were all shocked. They finally understood the look of shock on Beifeng Nan's face. Shenyuan Yao chuckled. Everything was arranged for the best. What's there to be guilty of? However, I didn't even dream that I would be able to see a holy demon as soon as I came out. I'm feeling like a fucking dog right now. Everyone, Nanxiu also wiped the cold sweat off her forehead and said awkwardly, This demoness has just devoured the previous lord of the earth realm, Zhuokuan, and has only become a holy demon not long ago. Furthermore, she wields one of the 6 paths demonic weapons, the Agama Bone Cleaver. The lord of the earth, Zhuokuan? Agan's Bone Cleaver. 2 pieces of information entered Shenyuan Yao's ears, and he couldn't help but tremble. His eyes lit up as he said, I can't believe that Zhuokuan is still alive. This holy demon is actually walking toward the path of the demon master. That's right, Nanxiu said bitterly. That's why we couldn't even take one of her attacks. If it wasn't for the purple lightning from the heavenly Tao that blocked her attack, we would have been dead. Shenyuan Yao's expression was grave as he nodded and said, No wonder. After devouring Zhuokuan, you'll have the capital to resist the power of the world. The power of a saint demon is even above that of a world king, so it's only natural that you guys can't defeat it. Lord Shenyuan, do you have any ideas? Nanxiu hurriedly asked. Shenyuan Yao muttered to himself for a moment before shaking his head. I have no choice. Only death awaited them if they encountered a holy demon. I didn't think that I would directly enter the gates of hell as soon as I came out of seclusion. Everyone, ha. Old thing, you still have some self-awareness. The judge sneered, his demonic eyes flickered a few times, and he sneered, You're at the peak of the creation realm and half a step into the world king realm. If it wasn't for that, you might have been able to step into the realm of regional king in a few decades. Yun Xiao and the others were in an uproar. They did not expect the old man in front of them to be a half-step world monarch. Yun Xiao was even more vexed. There was such a powerful expert hidden in the heavenly martial realm, and according to Yuan, he might even step into the realm of regional king. However, in today's situation, his future was ruined. Not only his future, but even his life would be ruined. Shenyuan Yao laughed and stroked his white beard. Without things like the divine realm tablet or the underworld fire, it's very difficult to cultivate to the realm king realm. Everything is the best arrangement, and it is also the best arrangement for this old man to be forced out of seclusion at this time. Indeed, the best arrangement would be to send you to your death. Yuan nodded. Her voice was cold. A golden light flashed in her hand, and a few afterimages appeared. Only to see the space shake slightly, enormous pressure came from all directions. The entire sky was directly deformed. Boom! A boundless golden glow appeared in front of Shenyuan Yao, and an ancient tree fell from the sky, trying to suppress him. Shenyuan Yao formed hand seals and pointed in all directions. With every point, a rune would appear and instantly transform into an array in the air, scattering with a clang. Chains of laws emerged from the array, connecting the surroundings and forming a barrier. Boom! The shadow of the dancing tree fell on the barrier, shaking out a terrifying spiritual pressure. The vast sky swayed left and right, and was in a trance. All of a sudden, a cold figure appeared in the sky and looked down at the earth. The figure raised his hand and formed a seal. He muttered an incantation and then recorded it with his palm. Boom! A black ray of light struck the shadow of the golden tree like a stream of fire. It made a hua-hua sound and the ancient tree swayed,